this, and you do need to use your mic.
There we go. Okay, so we'll leave this the same as last year, at 10,000.
Oh, you can't hear it because I didn't use the mics.
All right, next one, feasibility studies.
So is that we have like, if we have 20,000 sitting in the surplus, if you will, I guess?
Yeah, this service has historically maintained a $5,000 base budget for anything that pops up. And last year we had the Walters Island study and the two parts of the Walters Island study that was funded in part by Growing Communities funds. And we did raise the tax requisition last year, and then that's why you see the decline this year.
Yeah, we're done with Browns Bay, right? We don't have to put aside money for that.
Yeah, I don't think we got any money going in that.
So, yeah, 5,000 plenty.
Could we go up, just I want to make sure, can we look at all his services up there, scroll back up a couple bars? Because I just want to make sure, Cayuga, did we zero that off?
Yes.
That's a zero, where, okay, good, yeah, all right. We had some money, but we built to that, but then we shoved it over to parks, because even a tiny requisition to that many people makes significant change, so. So we don't have anything
Yeah,
going.
did you say you shoveled it into parks?
Well, we had, no, sorry, parks planning.
Yeah,
We had a charge there, but.
yeah, that's fine.
Like when you add that to that few people.
So we just leave that the way it is, 5260. All right.
So do we have any requisition for that? Sir?
No, we didn't touch any of the base budget last year, so you have the surplus funds, everything.
Yeah,
So that's
okay.
why the big decline in the requisition.
So we got a chunk there in surplus, right? Yeah, perfect. Okay, Seward Valley Fire Protection.
So Seward Valley, can we flip to the other bar? Because I want to just scroll back down to the first page bar with all the services on it. So let's just have a chat about what's, you passed it, yeah, just up a little bit. So that says, Gerald, $29. Oops, you were on it. Yeah, that's fine, just like, yeah. Yeah. So what this shows right now, and this is where we can change it or have a chat about what you want. So, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong here too. So we requisitioned about $75,000 this year, right, for fire in Seward? Or did we requisition the 55,000?
9325, was it? That's what it shows for 2023.
2023, the requisition for Sayward Fire was 104,000. This year we're planning on 114.
So we requisitioned 104, and the contract for them was, they ended up billing us about 55, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And the main difference is we have a contribution to capital reserve, some insurance, some miscellaneous office supplies. That accounts
So
for the difference.
okay, let's have a chat about that. So when we look at the shared service, what we propose to Sayward is we have a joint service of total 161, and you want to do a 60-40 split in that,
Yeah,
right?
it's gotta be that.
So 161 total, 60-40 split is about plus or minus 95,000 for us. We budgeted 75 because that's what they gave us in our share, and they billed us about 55, right?
Correct.
So now, based on all of that, we're showing a $29 a home increase. So we can do a couple things. One, we could reduce the transfer to reserve to bring that down. Or because we need to get to the 95 eventually, we're not quite there, we could keep that there, and that would help build us to the 95.
I understand. How much have we got in reserves?
You get quite a bit, but in our, I think we're 325, and then we got growing communities and we got some gas tax. So in this offer, if you will, to them, we're depleting reserves, we've got our growing communities, and we've got a little bit of gas tax. We're trying to conserve as much gas tax. So we got a pretty good slug going to this joint offer.
Yeah.
And our offer to them is this look, it's 161, you're paying 40% of that, which is, I don't know, about $50,000, $60,000, and you're getting this big slug. So we could do a few things, whatever you think is more palatable out there with
Well-
this. So do you want to go with the 29 this year? Do you want to hold tight and then move it next year? We got to get to 96.
I'm not that worried about the $30.
Okay.
Depending on what the rest of this looks like. So I don't know if
This-
there's other big increases coming.
No, so this is the rest of it, which you can see is, scroll up a little bit, Tom, so you can see the total, which is going to be next to nothing. If you take the $29 out. Yeah, what? So Changes Sayward is 23 and the fire is 29. So you'd actually be having a reduction in single participant services without the fire. So you literally have nothing.
Okay, so that 23 includes the fire?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's leave it.
Okay, good. Because
$23.
if you took the
Yeah.
fire out, you'd reduce by $6 or
Yeah.
something. Yeah, okay. So the rest of them net are plus $6, if you will. They're going down $6.
I
So,
understand.
okay.
Okay, so sure.
So, yeah,
do
okay,
that.
so we'll leave it there. Helps us get to that point. And,
Now that anticipates that the village is going to join up, right?
it does.
And if on the odd chance they didn't,
If the odd chance they didn't, we chatting about this the other day, we're in a real good spot capital-wise, because we're contributing a massive slug to this. And so we'd be, now, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, when we're looking at this and pushing this number up, in our budget, we don't have, in the joint services, we don't have a transfer to reserve now. That's one thing I think we agreed upon, is in the 161, we don't have reserve transfers or debt in the budget, right? Yeah. So we have a little room to play with. So Mike, you said we're requisitioning 104 right now?
That was 2023. For 2024, it goes to 114.
114. So 161 is a complete shared. It's probably a little closer to, I don't know, I'm just guessing, if we did it on our own, 130, because we're not doing stuff for them. We're pretty darn close on our own.
so that's fine. Now, the one other thing I just wanted to mention for a moment about the fire service is I see we've got those cisterns in place, right? And the chief tells me that for the first fill up, we're going to truck in water. But in the future, I don't want to do that anymore. I want for their showers and drinking water, something similar to the Heritage Hall. They have a little treatment, whatever it is, that the public can use that water, and it's inspected by VHA. So do you know what the cost of that is?
Do we have a chair? Yeah, so direct, so what's that one? So Director Wally, the reason we didn't truck in water from the village to fill that cistern is because the tender truck we recently bought still has firefighting foam in it, so it couldn't transfer that water. So that's why we paid the $500 to fill it. The cistern system has a UV filtration system on it.
Okay, so
for the fire hall.
in the future, you're talking about trucking water from the village of Sayward.
If we can, yes, but
Yeah.
it depends if we can get the tender properly cleaned to do so.
Yeah, I'm sure we can do that. Yeah, that's close by, and as soon as they're part of the fire department, are they going to charge us for that water?
I would hope not.
I would hope not, or well, otherwise we'll get it somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. Like you were being massively generous in terms of capital. Like they charged us $500 for,
No, sorry, that was through a H2O to go in Courtney to bring in water to fill up the cistern.
yeah, we're not going to do that long term. No. Okay, yeah.
Well, if we pay for water coming in, we've got to charge for it going out too, I
Yeah,
think.
that's good to know. So we'll, because again, we're not in the details of the shared service.
Yeah.
I'll make a note of that among, like, if we are needing water, it's going to come from the village and it's going to come for free.
Yeah, if there's any surprise in that, just let me know, that's all.
Yeah, I would be shocked. I mean,
Yeah.
again, you've seen the rough numbers, but our capital contribution is
Yeah. We've seen
very,
those, yeah.
very generous.
Okay,
I'm confident we'll find a different system to move forward. This was for the sake of immediacy to get it filled.
yeah. And then just let me say, we have a well there, so most of the year we can use our own well. You know, if there's 3 cisterns, one of them could be the potable water, the other 2 don't matter.
So currently the well cistern cannot be used for potable water in the fire hall.
Right.
That's why we put in the new cistern. The old well can still be used for firefighting, to wash the trucks, et cetera.
But what I'm saying is that we could take one cistern and dedicate it to the potable water, and the other ones from our own well, over time, we could slowly fill up.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, next one then. Cayuga Emergency Program.
We have a new one too for 2024, the function 247, it's the Duncan Bay Fire Protection.
Oh, right.
That is not included in the total.
Yeah.
We're just taking the maximum requisition. Based on the 2023, the maximum requisition is only 11,015. So once we get the new data, we'll do any adjustments needed.
Yeah, that's contract, so that's basically is what it is, there's no flexibility.
So Gerald, just a word on that one. So we're still in negotiations with the city. We expect that will come to the board probably within the first couple of months of 2024. And we have confirmed that if it's not a full year, the first year, that will be prorated. So
Right.
I think the budget amount that we've got in there is going to be fine.
Okay. So we expect to be close to the estimate we gave those constituents, I guess?
Oh, yes. No, we're not going to exceed that.
Okay. All right. Now we're on Cayuga Emergency.
Correct.
So you would know all about that. The budget is what it is?
Yeah, we've been maintaining a $1,000 budget there, just building a bit of a surplus and reserve for any future projects.
Good. Okay, not much to talk about there. Area noise control, we had a few dollars in there for enforcement. Now, I understand we need a ticketing. Do we have to create a new service, or how does that work?
Sorry, what was the question?
To enforce it, we need some kind of ticketing system service.
We won't need a new service for that.
Okay.
There is a bylaw already in place. We would have to amend the ticketing bylaw probably. I don't believe there's been anything in there right now that would cover that, so
Okay.
that would be an amendment.
Now, do we have a timeline for that?
I would refer to Aniko on.
Yeah, thank you. The ticketing bylaw is currently being updated for a number of services. So to reflect ticketing abilities to enforce on a number of zoning bylaws and noise control bylaws. We're hoping to have that brought forward to committee probably in February.
Okay. Yeah, the people are anxious to be able to do something there.
So what'll happen right now, let's say tomorrow they're firing these things off and somebody complains, they'll come to bylaw, we'll try and find a compliance agreement with them before ticketing. Like, we wouldn't go out there
Right.
the first day and go, here's a ticket. So in the meantime, we'll try and get compliance. Has anyone complained, do we know? Yeah, maybe? No, not
I
yet.
told them to just hang off till we get the
Okay.
ticketing thing in place.
So they don't have to, I wouldn't say they don't have to wait till the ticketing's there.
Okay,
So again, before ticketing, we would work to get compliance with the person. And then when that doesn't work, then we start escalating, and ticketing
Yeah.
would be one of those things.
all right, I'll pass that on. Solid waste for Cayuga. I guess that's whatever the Comox Valley wants.
Have we ever made any progress with working with the KCFN and the solid waste there? I know we talk about it almost every year, like how they get rid of their waste,
No,
or
I talked to Catherine about it. Every year we're out there that we have the opportunity.
what are they doing?
They truck theirs down to Fair Harbor, barge it across, and then take it to town now, I guess, because,
Into Zabalis?
well, they did
landfill,
take it to the ballast, but I think we're in the process of closing that.
Right, and so they're taking it all the way into
Right.
Campbell.
Yeah, I mean,
Is there?
I think it's a good idea to have some kind of joint.
Yeah, I mean, is there any interest or awareness of KCFN? I mean, they're part of the board, the regional district to join the solid waste function and therefore deal or do something out there?
We will have to start those discussions with them. We haven't done anything yet.
Yeah, okay.
We should do that. We've been thinking about
Yeah.
it for a long time.
Yeah. What, I mean, Area A aside, I would bet you them joining the solid waste service because they join per assessments and their assessments are so low, it would be a massive benefit to them.
Sure
to
would.
Yeah, I mean, they'd pay $100
Right.
and they'd have all their solid waste.
Right.
It's gotta cost them
My
thousands.
thought was they could make a profit if they handled our garbage.
Yeah,
They took ours with them. I mean, it'd be so easy to have a container down on the beach.
Yeah.
You could paddle across and throw their stuff in it. They could drag it up the hill and take it with theirs.
can,
And we'd
can-
pay them for it.
could one of you two bring that or introduce that as the advisory solid waste as a subject or report on there? Because we have something that's, I think, with both the nation and Area A, terribly inefficient. Like, they're bringing their garbage, we're paying a lot, they're not part of the solid waste service. They're probably likely not aware of the advantages for them in solid waste. And then if we can somehow piggyback on something, like let's say here, I'm just spitballing, but let's say they said they want to join the solid waste service. So now they have to, Comox has to deal with it for them. Well, they're going to combine this with that likely, and maybe that creates a bit of an economy for us in Area A. You know what I'm saying?
I wonder if we're gonna end up subsidizing them though.
Well, if the greater service does,
So
Yeah,
could I s-
I mean, that's what this Cayuga Nuka solid waste is, to
You
ship
think-
it out on the U-Chuck, right?
do we think this is unsubsidized?
This is subsidized.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Isn't this the one that we get the $6,000 credit to help fund the transportation of waste, Mike?
Or is that
That's
Sayward?
368.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, the next one we'll talk about.
So I just want to clarify, are you looking for us to bring up that the KCFN should participate on the board, or that the Walters Island
No,
Community
to-
Association should participate on the board?
No, well, they already are. He's sitting right there.
Right.
But KCFN isn't, they haven't joined that service. They have the ability to join any service they want. There is a massive benefit to KCFN joining services because they pay by assessments. I may be off by a little bit, but I think when they joined, their collective assessments were $200,000. To put that in perspective, Campbell River is in the billions of dollars. So they literally pay $50, $100 per service. So what would happen is they'd say, hey, we'd like to join this service. The service would have to provide the garbage collection to them, and it would be heavily subsidized. And I wonder if there would be some kind of joint. How
Well,
about-
collection is typically, the SRD leads collection in areas within the SRD where collection is provided. So currently, the CSWM does not handle collection, they only handle disposal.
No, I know. But anyway, explore the KCFN option, and then in the back of your mind, like maybe keep the cards close to your chest then and think about if there's a benefit to this. Because you got two remote garbage collections, and these guys are doing something privately, which we know there's probably something better in it for them. And if we determine what they're gonna do there, and we can piggyback on that to save us some money.
Yeah, the other factor is for collection here, I mean, all the garbage sits on the wharf. The U-Chuck comes in and takes it, so there's really no pickup.
So what's collection, you know? Like,
So it's really the collection. But the other factor is the Cayuga First Nations there, all their big heavy motors and that, they dump on the Cayuga, Walters Island garbage. So we're paying for that anyway, unfortunately.
Well, it's a good time to bring it up because they are updating the 10-year management plan, so we'll definitely bring that forward. I will mention that the Mouchlet now have a member on that committee for the Solid Waste Management Plan Advisory. So I anticipate that the CSWM likely reached out to the KCFN as they were trying to build that committee, but I can definitely confirm and bring that up because we're right in the midst of having those
Now,
discussions, so it's timely.
the other option though is for us to contract with them and not bother with solid waste, Comox Valley Solid Waste.
Yeah, I mean, we are looking for a similar, we are currently doing feasibility for a similar type of service for the Outer Discovery Islands, which would be a centralized collection depot, perhaps a CCAN that is, the SRD
Yeah,
sort of
the-
covers all of those costs.
The
So
thing
we
is
could-
here, the one thing that we can take advantage of is that, like, let's be honest, it's a subsidized service globally, like from tip to tail. And some are more subsidized than others. And there's an advantage for us to take the greater subsidy. Like, this service is not pay your own way. So, KCFN, let's say, they do have some entitlement to participating in the service
Yeah.
and paying low. And so when you're exploring that, because we should talk with Matthew about that, and then think about some advantage we can piggyback with what we're doing here, because it seems terribly inefficient. They're paying way too much, and we're likely paying way too much.
Yeah.
And there's something through solid waste that I think we can
Okay.
manage.
So anyway, for 24, it's budgeted.
So when you look at these globally, Gerald, again, we take out the fire service.
Yeah.
Everything that you see here net is going down. There's zero increase.
Okay. All right, and then we have the highways yard, 368. That's that 3 weekend cleanups. That's one of those things that's done on assessment that should be done on a 60-40 split, but I can't change it with the village agreement.
So is this how many times a year it happens? 3 times a year, put everything into your curb.
No, this goes, everybody trucks their own stuff to the highways yard. We have big containers there. And the solid waste branch picks up the containers and takes them to whoever. Some of them are metallic, so they get revenue from that. And this is the one they give us every year. I forget what they give us. How much? 5,000?
$6,000.
Yeah.
And then how is the rest of the money? Do you do tipping fees and then just, and we share paid with the village on assessment, or how do we pay?
Yeah, the split with the village is 82-18%, and then the major
We
fee.
pay 82?
Yes.
At least, yeah.
And then why is that? Is that on assessment?
Yeah.
Yeah, purely
Oh.
assessments.
Yeah. That's why I don't like the system, right?
How, and everyone just throws anything in the bins they
Yeah.
want? Really? If you got
Tires,
rid of that,
batteries, stuff that you can't throw in a garbage can.
if you got rid of it, would that incite people or?
Oh, yeah, it's necessary.
Oh,
I don't know where all that garbage comes from. There's
Yeah.
tons of it.
oh.
To
So everyone
renovate
brings
their house.
everything they want, dump it in there, they sort, they give us the $6,000, and then they weigh the rest and say, okay, here much the cost, 80-20 split.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, we pay tipping fees, but they do have a partnership with, I want to say, like Big Brothers or Big Sisters or something like that, where they are collecting donated materials and they've gone quite a long way for their sort of, not reuse, but redirection of things that would have gone in the landfill. So
Yeah.
they have seen a lot of cost savings related to some of those partnerships.
For all the broken fridges and stoves, that's where they go.
So-
They throw them in the salt.
And nobody's like checking IDs when you drop this stuff off, so you don't know how many Village Valley people are,
No, but it's used widely, so.
oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, there's a
Like-
steady lineup of vehicle. I mean,
Really?
it's a lineup.
And it's one day, 3 times a year?
No, it's the weekend.
Oh, it's
2 days, 3 times a year.
2 days, 3 times, really? Wow.
Yeah, and it's steady.
Huh. Yeah, that's what's probably happening there, coming out of district. It's-
Yeah, the other little thing I'll mention is that all the local Sayward junk collectors and metal scavengers, they hang out there and they skim off all the aluminum, brass, anything that's worth money. That shouldn't happen.
One of the efficiencies that they've leveraged through their partnerships is that the CSWM doesn't actually staff these anymore. It's staffed by some of those people collecting the waste that's being diverted. So we could raise that we need more monitoring there, but it would likely result in a cost increase to the service.
That might be another topic for advisory.
Well,
there.
we could just put a little ad in the social media saying no scavengers.
I'm surprised they do allow that. I'll definitely bring it up. Scavenging is typically a massive, massive liability, and it's prohibited by bylaw in all of the waste transfer stations and landfills. So I will definitely bring that up with them.
All right, that one's good then. House collection. That's our curbside pickup, 370. That's just contract, whatever it is.
Yeah, that's correct. It's collected by user fee, and we already have a bylaw with some moderate increases every year.
Yeah, okay. And then house numbering, that's insignificant.
Yeah.
Economic development. I'll just leave that for now because the last thing I want is a regional economic service, development service. This is one that serves no useful purpose, but anyway.
Others may argue, but you're entitled to yours.
Before I leave office, I'll get rid of it so they have to create a new one. Okay, 677, Cayuga Community Hall. So we've been talking with this for a long time, and the one thing I wanted to mention is I think the last time we were out in Cayuga, we kind of suggested that maybe First Nations would like to join in with us. That might not be the desire of the residents of Walters Island to have the First Nations run it, and the reason for that is they're the people who send their kids over and light fires in the middle of the floor and all this kind of stuff. And a couple of years ago, we were talking about giving the Cayuga Community Association a key so they could lock this thing.
Is it even lockable though now? I mean,
No, I mean, when we do it.
When we do it, yeah. So where are we at with that, the hall?
So we're just finalizing all of the required assessments to design the building and partner up with the grant funding that Sean got for the vertical tsunami structure component. So we've completed a survey this year and a geotech assessment, and there are a number of follow-up assessments that'll be completed in 2024. Once those are done, we can determine what that building will look like and how we can either rebuild or renovate or whatever that looks like. But at this point, we need to ensure that structurally it can be sat where it currently is and how we can build upon that.
Okay, can you tell me about this vertical tsunami thing? Where'd that come from?
That, Sean, you want to talk a little bit more about that?
So the only way we were able to obtain funding for a new architectural design and all these assessments that Annika was talking about is if we told the province we would consider incorporating a vertical tsunami evacuation structure into the design, which could be a flat rooftop that people can evacuate to. It could be like a patio, a deck that's around as well.
I see.
Artificial man-made high ground.
Okay.
But we don't have any money, once we finish these assessments and say what we can use it for, we don't have any actual money for the build though, do we?
No, but we do have grants in mind for it.
Right.
Now, do we have appropriated gas tax designed for that or not?
We have some funding that we've carried over since I think about 2021-ish, and around $50,000 that we allocated, I think was gas tax funds. So that's all we have in the bank right now.
So that still sits there as being appropriated, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be nice if we could tell them something's gonna happen.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's our hope, and I think we have likely more success getting funding through emergency management, calling, the dual-purpose building.
Yeah.
Recreation, we're never getting money for that.
That's right.
And the only way we'd get, in my mind, get money for recreation is if we partnered with the First Nation on the
Yeah,
grant.
for recreation.
So what would you want us to keep pursuing the emergency management and not the First Nations?
You know,
partnership?
we should consult with the Cayuga Community Association and see what they think about it.
Yeah. we
And
can do
if they want to do it with First Nations, yeah, that'd be a great idea. But if they don't, we shouldn't push it on.
that. Okay, because I think really the only way, like, let's, at the end of the day, let's say we need $1 million, $1.5 million for that thing. It's only coming
gonna
through a
happen.
partnership with, now, if it's coming with a First Nation partnership,
Yeah.
it has a decent chance. On our own, forget it. He's likely going to get us money for an emergency evacuation center that we could dual purpose.
You would think if they had that much available that they would build it on their own side.
Well, I think they're, as you saw, I think they have a capacity issue, and they got priority list and a million things going on. So I think they have money, but again, they got so many things going on
Yeah.
out there. So,
Okay, well, let's just check that out with this
Okay.
community association, see what they
Sure.
say.
Just further to that, so we are consulting with the community association as part of this project, so.
And I just want to note, we're not pigeonholing ourselves on the tsunami vertical evacuation structure piece. We want the architect to design, here's what it would look like with that concept, here's like what it would look like without, so that way either rec or emergency are options for build funding.
Again, in my mind, it'll have to be a combination or First Nations, because if we just say, hey, we need $2 million for a recreation facility, and they're not getting
Yeah.
that.
I didn't realize it was gonna be that much.
Put a basketball court on.
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to ask Michelle about my second proposal there for the road?
Yes, and she says, she just called me last night, and she said that Highways has contracted with somebody which she calls local out there to do the work. They found somebody that was bonded and insured. And I said, somebody that lives on Walters Cove? And she hesitated, and then she says, well, either they're very close to it. So I don't know who this person is, but she claims that Highways now has contracted with a quote-unquote local.
Perfect.
Because I told her you wouldn't go for the one-time capital.
No.
So she seemed to want to do something that gave her credit or something, so she is saying that she got someone from Highways to contract.
That's good. I
Who
don't care
that
who
is,
does it.
I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who does it as long as it gets done.
As long as, but ideally local, that was the whole deal,
Yeah,
right?
ideally, that'd be excellent.
Yeah. Apparently somebody out there is bond insured, but time will tell. Let's see if it happens.
That's right, okay. So then the last one, I guess, is our Sayward Valley Heritage Hall. Now, the Heritage Hall phoned me there the other day, and as soon as they got that 40,000 for their generator, they're asking me what's available for new stove, new counters, and replace all the old toilets. I think there's 6 of them. So I don't know what the cost of all that would be, can't be that much.
Sorry, I did get a call from that. So
Okay.
any of the fridges, stoves, and everything that's not physically attached to the building, that's classified as equipment, so it's not coverable. Any of the plumbing fixtures would be if they were part of a significant capital upgrade. A significant capital upgrade would be something that either extends the life of the current building or would expand the footprint so you could offer more services to the communities. But you couldn't just refresh the appliances. It would have to be part of another
Toilets might
building.
work then.
If you want, like, we can maybe have a discussion with them about how to creatively do it. And I'll give you an example about the fire, what we're looking at. There's lots of money there. It's like, how do we do this shell game with the funding? So correct me if I'm wrong, but on its own, we can't buy a fire truck with gas tax. But if a fire truck is part of the facility expansion, all happens at once. We can, right?
Correct.
So lend your mind, yeah, to the same thing here, like Mike is saying. So let's say this, if you're willing to contribute X amount of dollars, whatever that be, then we can have a discussion and say, okay, what are you guys really wanting to do? And then we'll creatively think about how and what that can be funded.
Okay, just let me know what the bottom line on the cost is.
Did they give you one?
No, we didn't get any costing. And just a point of fact here, we didn't get a budget for this one. So our budget is designed just around a 4% estimate of their increase. So.
Yeah.
If I may, creatively, we contemplated a significant kitchen reno a number of years ago. It is required. It's not currently to code. I would imagine that we could go back and look at those numbers just for the kitchen component and use that as your significant reno, and then also be able to obtain your stove and other pieces of equipment along with the toilets and urinals.
Yeah, the previous community hall executive was, I think it was 10,000 they'd set aside for a bunch of renovations that I didn't agree with in the first place. But I had no say in it. But as far as code, they were talking about the electrical system that they had there, and all they had to do was take the main panel and just turn it around backwards instead of the outside of the building, which would have been minimal expense.
Yeah, there's a little more than that, but yeah, certainly the electrical, there's no ventilation, so they need a
Yeah.
ventilation system. And again, those fixtures are not commercial grade fixtures, and neither is the surfacing, so that is a requirement.
Yeah, I prefer to use gas tax rather than their reserves, because the reserves I have to requisition to build them up again, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this would be a good opportunity to do that, if we can
Okay.
determine how much
Okay,
that
that
is.
sounds good.
How about this? We'll come up with a number, like a round figure number, and pass it
Yeah.
by you, and if
Thank
you're
you.
okay with that, and then we'll say, okay, let's work to get all this.
Sounds good.
And I'm assuming the fridge is kind of like this. You can buy a fridge if it's part of a major renovation, right? Kind of like the truck. If the fridge and the stove is part of an expansion to the building kind of deal, is that how it's working, or?
Yeah, I've never heard of an audit procedure or anything around there, so,
Enough said.
I know how it works. All right, so the requisition, have they given us a budget yet?
No, they
No.
didn't give us a budget, so Mike just baked in 4%, and that's
Yeah.
what you're seeing is 4%. So helpful for you if they come back to you, so we'll put this into the draft budget, so if they're communicating with you, you say, you've added 4%.
Okay,
If they need or want more, tell us how much more that is to put it into here.
okay.
Have they hinted to us or given anything, or no?
Okay, and the one other thing that was on my mind, we didn't get to our gas tax. Do we have a page on that somewhere?
We can flip to, we had it up yesterday, but we can,
Like my individual gas tax, my portion of
I'm
it?
sure we could pull it up here. Oh, keep scrolling? Oh,
I wonder what my reserve is on in there that's not appropriated.
Tom says he doesn't have it on this one. We'll get it here. Just give
Okay,
us-
so-
We'll just give us a sec. We'll get it. And can we pull something up with the,
865,000.
How much?
865,000,
None of
unallocated?
that's appropriated?
correct.
Okay,
And is that before next year's payment, or is that included?
We're gonna roll in 876, we're gonna get 62 this year, and then we have only 74 allocated, so that's gonna leave you a balance of 865.
all right, that sounds healthy. Now, we had talked a little bit about the Sayward Fish and Game, the things that were stolen. They added it all up and gave me a little estimate here of $4,200. And their latest plan, that I think was a good one, is just to buy an old shipping container and lock that stuff up in a shipping container with a good system. So that might work. So a shipping container is a couple $1,000s or $3,000.
Can we buy a shipping container on there? Oh, what do you got?
Sorry, anything under 6,000 is gonna trigger an audit. They want infrastructure, so it has to be a sizable project.
Did you say a couple thousand or 7,000?
Well, 4 plus 3 makes 7.
There you go.
Is the 4 attached to the shipping container?
Yeah, I just told them, give me an estimate of what the generator and the solar panels and all that would cost, and they came up with 4,200, and then I said, well, let's put a shipping container on top of that, say 3,000, 3,500, so, yeah, 7, 8,000.
Yeah, I'd say you're in the ballpark then.
No, the Fish and Game had a bunch of equipment stolen, and trying to find a way. You don't want to do it out of grant aid, right?
No,
So we'll try and find some way to accumulate it to at least $7,000.
yeah, it would be at least 7.
Okay.
with
well,
the container.
let's,
So gas tax is potential for that?
Yeah, let's, if you can connect us with them or Mike, and then we can again be creative to find out how to fund it.
Yeah. I'll have him give you a call. It's Paul Davis.
What's that? Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So I think that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Perfect.
That was
Some
easy.
fruit and yogurt.
Yeah. All right, well, thanks, appreciate it.
Well, that was good yesterday. That,
Yeah, it was good.
Electoral area thing we did.
Everything was good yesterday, I think,
Yeah.
yeah,
I think those directors learned some things they didn't know.
yeah. No, it's all good, like I said, So what we've done to date, now we went and we started high-level surplus report to kind of give everyone an indication of where things are looking for the year, narrowed that down into the groupings of the electoral area shared service. We did gardens on its own. We did board. So we came closer to year-end projections, looking at our income and revenue. We showed what kind of, what I say is CPI, but built-in annual expenses that are just, they come about due to increasing of fuel, hydro, contracts, agreements, and presented that stuff. And now we'll do single participant, and these are only yours, and we'll go through each one and we'll talk about them, what they're looking at, like what, any requests, budgets we've got from anyone, discuss it with you. And this is more our opportunity to explain the service, and then you tell us more what you want, because we don't have any suggestions or recommendations for you. We have answers or advice to questions you have, but if there's things now you want to do, you should have a better understanding of as a whole what taxation is going to look like on the island, and then do you want to tweak, change your single participant stuff. And so we'll go through each one of those, have a discussion, we'll take some notes, direction, and put in the things, if any, the stuff that you want to change in there. So we lost our, Tom's having challenges with the mouse anyways here.
Sorry.
So start with 127, grant and aid. Scroll down there, or let's that bar graph that we have. Can you scroll down? Is it next here? I don't know what the order. I'd like to see the overall single participant graph.
Take a moment, sorry. Technology we've got.
Okay, so so try and get that whole thing on one screen here, if you will. So again, this is how you've seen we characterize the other groupings. So now this is just your grouping as a whole. So you know the other ones, what they're looking at regionally, shared services. So now we've just taken the remainder that these are your single participant. So summarize at the top what Mike has here, and this is per home total, not per thousand or anything. So the net of your single participant that's left is $1.21 per home reduction. So it's safe to say net what you're looking at here, there's to your collective single participant services, you have no increases. So the theory behind that is, you go, oh, great, I have some ideas and there's some room because there are no other increases, other than what you saw, of course, at shared services and board. But single participant here, you have net none. You'll see some are credits going down, but those may change. And then you'll see the ones increasing in what individually they do. So what we'll do is we'll scroll through the individual ones, have a chat about them, and again, as we chat about them, you can go back to this and say, okay, well, what one was that? If I want to talk about economic development, which I think you do, but for instance, on that one, it's showing that it's going to reduce by about $9. So if you wanted to do something, you're like, okay, this is great because it's going south and got room to move it north if you wanted. Yeah, so and you can see like grant and aids, and so it's a $7 increase. This is all status quo, so having all service delivery stay the same, this is what that looks like. So planning, nothing, house numbering, heritage conservation, nothing, economic development, 863 down, North Quadrant, nothing, street lighting, nothing, Grants and aid increased $7, feasibility down 5. Parks we did, it's 60 cents, and the Quadra Community Hall. So when we get the Quadra Community, I believe they've given us their budget, but again, as I mentioned to you, after we've gone through this and then we can invite Quadra Hall and say, you'll even have a better idea of net what you're looking at and go, okay, tell me what you've got planned here, and they can make a decision whether you want to shrink or expand what they're doing there. So,
And sorry, one quick caveat too is this is all based on the 2023 assessments. In 2024, it'll update, so things will shift around a bit, but you'll have that in the first thing next year.
Can I ask a question or two at
Yeah.
the beginning? Sorry.
so we'll start with, you can ask while Tom's getting there, but
Okay, so
we'll start with grants and
my
aid.
first question, Michael, I guess would be like, what you just said about the assessments will come in and then things will shift. So wouldn't the amount per home
Not
essentially still the
dramatically.
same, regardless? Like it's if the homes increase in value, we aren't necessarily going to be taxing more. That's the idea, right?
Yeah, but the assessment shift is going to affect your home values, your business, your managed forest lands, everything else. So if your homes, if the assessment value of the homes increase at a faster pace than business or managed forest, you're going to see a shift of tax from those classes to residential homes. So sometimes you can actually maintain a requisition, and in 2019, for example, they changed provincial legislation, so the managed forest lands, all the values decreased quite substantially. And so that actually served to shift taxes right to your, from managed forest class over to homes, and then all those are the charts in the first part of your binder.
So
we go over.
that shift is the only thing that's going to potentially material change any of these. And we saw it again 2 or 3 years ago where, for example, I think it was Area D one year, we had a no increase to the budget, but the shift to residential from, I believe, forestry industry created like $90. And there was absolutely nothing we could do because the province or BC Assessment, whoever, decided they're going to take less of a burden off this industry and put it more on residential. So that shift, we don't know what that is, but that's the only thing that can really make any material change. I don't know, Mike, if you anticipate, we had that 1 year where it was brutal. And I don't know if that was kind of a one-time thing that they wanted to try and bring a balance all in 1 year, and then it's kind of softened itself out since then.
Yeah, I don't know of any legislation changes, but the trend for the past several years is home values have been increasing at a far greater rate than any of the other classes, business included. So there has been a ongoing shift. And if you like, I don't know if we can pull it up, but we do have a graph in the chart that shows you the 5-year shift.
Director Mulwiney, if we could remind you to use your mic, please. Thank you.
Anyway, apologies, this will be off camera, but in the beginning of the chart, you can see the shift from 80% up to 87, and there's the managed forest. So anyway, that will have a shift, and then on any of the regional services, there's going to be a shift in between jurisdictions, but we'll all have all that measured for you. But this is actually a very good comparison because it uses the same assessment value. So you can see net of any other changes, just the impact of purely the impact of the requisition.
Okay, well, thank you, Mike, for giving me a more fulsome explanation of that. I'm sure people who are watching the budget meeting will also find that interesting. So are you going to talk about grants and aid first, or do you want me to talk about it? How's this going to work, Dave?
We can explain, although I'm looking at this one a little puzzled here. So this is grants and aid, Mike, here. The budget for 2023 grants and aid wouldn't have been $246. Or was most of it just the surplus carry forward that we used in 2023?
Yes, correct. Actually, Tom, if you could scroll up a little bit to the chart at the top of the page. No, down a bit.
A little magic mark.
Yeah, no, can you scroll back to that page
Down.
127? Or the function
Down.
127?
Back to grants and aid?
Correct.
It's
Use
just
the
on the very
roller
top of the
there,
page.
and it'll smooth out rather than,
There.
Yep.
oh, you went too
Scroll
far.
up.
Can we use that roller bar on it? Just a little
Yeah,
bit.
just to the top of this page. So in that quadrant there, you see the initial chart, the bar chart that sticks out. The light blue is your actual spending. The entire bar is the total budget. So as you can see in 2022, there's actually 2021 and 2022, there's very little spend. In 2023, that ticked up. So when you increase the spending, that reduces your surplus that you've been carrying forward, and that's why there's a taxation there.
I think if memory serves me correct, though, because the budget in 2023 for grants and aid was funded from the surplus, so we didn't requisition much of anything out of grants and aid because we had a $30,000 surplus. So you can see that we only requisitioned $246 because we had $30,000 in surplus. The projection is to spend a great deal of that, which means you've got a combination in 2024 of surplus, but you need to do some requisition. So when you saw, I think it was grants and aid go up $7, it's because we used basically the surplus from 2023 to fund grants and aid. So to start bringing that back up. So, for example, I think we chatted about it before about measuring that surplus. So last year, if we had a $30,000 in surplus and we would have maintained the requisition that we normally have, so let's say it's between 20 and 30, then the surplus in theory would have stayed at 30 here, and then your requisition level would stay the same. But you dip into the surplus, which is great for 1 year, but now this year the surplus is gone. We're going to have to requisition to maintain that 30. So I guess what the question is as we go through here, you can see we're maintaining a $30,000 grant and aid for you, which means a $7 per home cost. Do you want to maintain that 30? Do you want to increase it? Do you want to decrease it?
And I'm looking back at 2022 and because I have the last year's book here, and it said that the requisition was $413. So I guess and the surplus was 40,000. So I guess that's related to
Yeah, exactly.
COVID and people not needing money for things because they were all staying home. Is that the idea? I'm not really clear.
I think it had something to do with it, building it up, but it all just kind of in the education of this is to say, you have the opportunity to use surplus, but if you use that, then that's going to mean the following year requisition. So if you keep it stable, but down 1 year, up next year, down, up kind of deal like that. So
Yeah, I guess that's my question is about like smoothing it, Seems like that would be a good choice, but at this point, to keep things smooth, we just need to have the requisition to ensure that there is the budget.
Right.
Although, looking at the numbers, it looks like we aren't necessarily using the amount that is, like we used 20,000 so far this year. instead
yeah,
of
so you
30.
used about half of the surplus. So you can see in 2024, it is, 2/3, 1/3, if you will, about 18,000 to 13,000. And so, which is fine. And I think next year, so let's say you spend 30,000 this year on it, and we come next year and you've used all of it. So you'll see requisition will go from 18,000 to 30,000. And, maybe that'll have a $5 home increase. But then once you get back to the 30,000, don't go off it. Stay there, right? Don't then build up a surplus, deplete that, and then you'll have to get yourself back up to the 30,000. that would be my advice. Hold yourself steady on that. So it is kind of a smoothing. You're $7 this year. If you stayed at 30,000 next year, I would suggest it's going to be, predict maybe it's going to be another $5. And then from there on in, if you maintain 30,000, you won't have to change requisition at all.
Yeah, just to clarify that too. If you maintain a steady budget and steady spend, you're going to see a steady requisition. The reason you're seeing the fluctuation is essentially because the spending hasn't been steady, and then there's no reserves to offset it. So you're essentially taxing $18,000 this year because the spend last year was 19,000. So plus or minus the $1,000. All you're doing here is just maintaining what you're spending, and there's just a 1 year offset. So going forward, if you spend 19,000 again next year, the following year you're going to tax 19,000 to replace it, and so on. But if your spending ticks down, then your surplus will tick up, which pushes the requisition down.
So there isn't really a way to create an internal cushion or something?
Well,
for
this is
that?
kind of what it is right now.
Okay.
You're kind of midpoint on that. So again, my advice would be, if you want to maintain the 30, do what you're going to do here.
I think for
Next year-
now,
Yeah,
this-
next year,
it's good
inch
the
it
way
up,
that it is.
and then it'll just flatline from
And I
there
think,
after.
after I've really only been doing this for a year, so we'll see what the grant and aid need from the
Yep.
community is in the next year, and I'll have a much better idea after a couple of years.
Wharves, nothing to see here. Let's just move this on here.
Yeah, just for clarity, this is not its own service. This would be a subsection of another existing service.
So budget here is, nothing here is requisition, of course, right, Mike? Like, this is just all from
Correct.
funds you have, so there's no change because there is no requisition. These are anticipated spends for us in the capital throughout the year, and we're still sorting out those 3 wharves, if you will, so.
I'm curious, it says Surge Narrows Wharf upgrades under capital summary. And am I incorrect that Surge Narrows is it in a park already, or it's not in a park?
It's not, but our intention with
Okay.
Surge
It's
is with
not
the
in a
Surge
park,
store
sorry.
that we amalgamate it into it because it's connected to the Surge store, which is in a park. And that was
Right.
our plan to migrate that in there.
Okay,
Yeah, quick one. That should have actually been in 618 last year, so I moved it over this year. I just had it inadvertently in the worst function.
Surge. It's Surge. Okay. So nothing to see here?
Nothing to see here because that's really just a reflection of the capital work we're going to do. There's no requisition impact here. Yes.
So 158, I could give a bit of a summary. That used to be maintaining 15 to 20,000, and then in 2023 we upped the base budget amount to 30,000. The big increase in expense there is the water well exploration project, which was funding from the Growing Communities Fund.
So what services is again? Scrolled a tiny bit down. Feasibility studies, okay.
But this is going to maintain a $30,000 base budget, and then we're just kicking along we're carrying forward all the existing projects.
So you can see there we have a surplus. Government transfers that'll be grant funding, and requisition is going down from the 59,000 to the 46,000.
So I have a question about this item, because we've already at the board supported doing a feasibility study for solid waste on Quadra Island. And does this budget have that in consideration? Like, does it include the potential for, or the funding to do the feasibility study for the solid waste?
Yeah, for 2024, the studies that we're carrying along are the water well, or in the water source study, the Outer Island refuse collection, and the as well as the Quadra curbside collection. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, because the one that, the file that I got didn't say anything about curbside, so was one of my questions.
I will add the note.
Okay. Okay, and then just a little bit more on that would be if we do, obviously pending the outcome of the curbside feasibility study, there might be the idea of going to the community and asking if they would like to create a service. And I think that it would be better to do that as a referendum rather than an alternative approval process. So would we need to consider that in this budget now? Or is that something that we would consider if and when the time comes?
I would suggest, I don't know if referendum costs or anticipated referendum costs are built into that amount for next year. If not, I would suggest probably looking at between $5,000 and $10,000 to run a proper referendum according to the rules.
And I think she's saying is, can we build it into this?
Or does it need to be?
Yes, it should be built into this budget if that's part of the plan, yes. And, you know, if the service is successful, it would pay it back into this fund. But if it's not successful, then it gets eaten by this budget, so.
So then further to that, the budget for the feasibility studies is $309,000 is anticipated expenses in this service?
It is, but the 200, correct me if I'm wrong, Wolf, the 200 was an allocation from the Growing Communities Fund. So that's not a requisition, it's an amount that was allocated to the well drilling. So the real operation for the 3 studies that we've just talked about are going to be the combination between the 46 and 63,000. So,
And maybe there's an extra 30 in there it says down here is water source study has also been authorized by before the Growing Communities Fund allocation. So there's not enough information in here for me to know like how much of this feasibility studies fund what is it all earmarked for, and is there enough wiggle room to include a referendum if one is needed?
okay, well, that's what we're here for today. So, Wolf, Sheena, so we've got basically $109,000 in a combination of requisition and surplus in the budget. What is that 109 going for? What have you got that earmarked for?
So the water source study has 2 components. One is updating sort of the feasibility and desktop and ground truthing studies to determine well locations. And then the higher sum there, the $200,000, is to actually do well exploration. So that's where $230,000 of it is. We do have the Outer Island refuse collection study, which has the sum in there right now shown as just under $30,000. So that is underway. We're hoping to wrap that up in Q1. And then, Mike, I believe we put $20,000 in for the Quadra curbside.
Correct. And the other 30,000 is just the base budget. So for any referendum costs, you could spend out of that 30,000 base budget and tax for it next year, or we could add you tax for it in 2025, or we could put another budget in here for a potential referendum and tax for it in 2024.
So by my math there, we have the 3 studies that are about 80,000. That leaves about 30,000 left over. So to answer your question, is there wiggle room in there? The answer is yes. So we can do that. Like Mike said, 2 things. We can take it out of the current, what we have here, or increase. So now it's always a question of next year then, right? If we take it out of here, we do these studies, there's not going to be very much money left in it, and then the requisition goes up. So do you want to slide it up or just take it out of this year's and then deal with next year's?
I think what Tom said was that it would be between $5,000 and $10,000. So maybe it would be a good idea to split that difference and say we'll add 5,000 this year and then 5,000 for the
Yep.
following year if we, if we need to, or that sort of shares it across 2 years rather than a larger spike in 1 year. Does that seem
Yep.
to make sense to?
Yeah. We will do that.
Referendums, fun.
Love it. We're done with that one.
Yeah. Oops, you went too far. North Quailin, North Quadra.
So this is where we contract with the Quadrangle Fire Department to provide this service to the North Island. And I think we pay them a modest amount every year. Is that correct, Sean?
4 quarters.
Literal quarters, because I'm looking at the budget and it's $253.
Well, correct, because that also includes the budget for support staff. I spend my time on this portfolio. Mike spends his
Yeah.
time on the portfolio.
Such a deal.
So what are we actually getting for the $253?
The Quadra Island Fire Department has our authorization to provide first responder services to North Quadra. So by having this in place, they're covered under WorkSafe to do so.
Oh, so it's more kind of a liability issue because you're not doing anything for $253. Because I'm assuming 250, that 253 is the automatic allocation minimum. We have a minimum in the service that the allocation be $250. That's the minimum. So this will all be going towards that allocation. And so it sounds like it's a administrative liability coverage issue.
You answered your own questions as you went on, Dave.
There we go.
So just to be clear, the service also provides liability coverage for the regional district. Without this service, we have no authority to be spending any money to do this kind of thing. So that's why we have the service.
Very informative, thank you. So why do we just maintain a budget or a surplus of $250 in case of emergencies?
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, you could bleed the surplus. I wouldn't suggest to it. It's so minor. And again, the 250 annually will just be redirected towards the allocations. Yes. Yes. Q Cove Sewer, okay. Wolf, you want to speak to this? Or Sheena, one of you?
Yeah, so the great news is that we did an increase back in 2023 to the fees, and so that's not happening this year. So that is very positive. We'll continue working with the upgrades that we promised that we were going to do. So some of those ones are replacement of the roof that has been completed, and we plan to replace some of the pumps next year. Thank you so much, Tom. In terms of studies, we had a feasibility study that was developed a few years that we're planning to revise because of the budget that was considered back in 2020. So any opportunities that come up with the provincial and federal government, we have to have accurate estimates. The intention is also to move the feasibility study into detailed design, so we have a better opportunity to get a grant, and we have more information about the estimates to actually replace the entire system.
So as you can see, we look through it because, again, I always look at the surplus. You can see the surplus declining a little bit, which means you're kind of dipping into the surplus for your base operations. It's not dramatic. It's a little bit. And for the service now, on the positive, although it's a big mountain to climb, you can see there's an annual $50,000 contribution to reserves.
Well, I was really glad to see in this that there was no recommendation for an increase because it was a pretty hard significant 19 point something percent increase last year, which we had meetings and emails and phone calls and.
Yeah, but just for your knowledge, if you look at, I mean, look at the 5-year plan. So, okay, we're holding steady here, and we have a $50,000 transfer to reserve this year. The rest of it is completely operations in there. And then if you look in, 2025, 26, 27, the transfers to reserves are declining. Like so there's not a lot of, projection moving forward about when we talk about what the increases are going to be. If you don't put any money into reserves, which you can see, it's trending that way, I would anticipate the rate still continuing, because the only way to hold them almost is to not putting anything into reserve, right? And we've got that now, but if you look on 2026, 27, they're $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and those 5 years don't mean a heck of a lot. Nobody pays much attention to them because the budget changes every year. But if you just project out, you can see that the rates are, reasonably steady, but there's no contribution to the reserve. So we know we need significant money there, and we're not really putting much of anything. So.
Doesn't it say that we're putting $50,000 into the reserves this year?
Yeah, this year. But then if you look at what they got in 2026, 27, 28, just that's not consistent, right? Because they're declining.
No, but also if you read the notes, I can't see it right now, but it talked about that there's going to be a significant increase to the rates if and when there is a new sewer facility. Oh yeah, here it is. It says 2025 plus rate estimates are not provided due to timing uncertainty for the proposed new treatment facility, and significant rate increases will be required to fund the replacement due to insufficient capital reserve accumulation since the service was first initiated.
Yeah.
So I was curious, when I read that, if we would be able to use gas tax reserves for some of that to maybe like cushion the blow that is being
We may,
mentioned
again,
here.
depends on the program. So if it's a program that allows us to double dip, anticipating getting some funding, right? But then does it allow us to use gas tax? Some do, some don't. Not sure. Depends on what the program is from. But just so you know, well, I know you know, there's not a whole lot in reserves for the service. So even though the increase was a lot last year and we're not doing this year, it's not like we're on high ground here. We're still not healthy there.
Yeah,
Happier gumboots don't have holes in them because we're on the edge.
Yes.
Yeah, just clarify there. So you're looking at 4 million for the water treatment plant, and then you have 8 kilometers of pipe, and it's about $1 million a kilometer when that does have to get replaced. So it can be a significant. And any of the pipe replacement, you're correct, community works funds can go against the pipe replacement. And the sewer plant we have in here does assume a 76% grant, which is aggressive. That's what the the past sewer expansion was obtained at. So it'll all depend on several key factors. But long story short, if you look out over a period of 30 years, it's best to start collecting now, and then we kind of take in any of the rate increases from the past year to see what we can get.
So I'm kind of getting mixed messages, and maybe I'm just not understanding. Like, am I getting advice here to further bolster the reserve by increasing the rate again, even though this recommendation here, or this base budget, if you want to call it that, does not suggest that?
I wouldn't, I'm not saying we suggest, I just kind of advising just that, I get it. People contact you and they're like 19%, that's ridiculous, it's high. And we don't have one this year. We've got a decent transfer to reserve, but that doesn't mean like we're just laughing here, right? Like the future looks to be rate continue increases, right? So no, I mean, I'm not suggesting we crank them up right now, but just wanting you to be aware it's not like we're in great shape there, right? So we're going to have to have some strategy, but let's be clear, it's increasing. There's just no way around it.
Yeah, and the feasibility study that Wolf mentioned is the design for the new wastewater treatment plant. So that should progress this year, hopefully, if the budget is approved. And then we'll have a better idea of what we're shooting for, both from a requisition level and sort of a grant level. And then we can talk about sort of next steps. So that was
Yeah, when we have-
we need to have better information.
Yeah,
before
when we
start
have
talking
that
about
information, we'll lay it out and say, okay, this says $5 million. What's our strategy, right? Like if we get 70%, 80%, maybe do gas tax reserves, we're gonna have to come up with a strategy, but it's gonna be going up. And people, you know, I think they have that expectation that, oh, it went up really high last year, so now we're good. That's not really the case in this service. It's got a long ways to go.
Sorry, if I could clarify too, the sales of service right now, you're in the $250,000 range, and as you can see in the future years, that's getting up to, 320. That's another 23%. But it all depend on your surplus and what type of funding we get, and pretty much it all depends on the
Does the
capital.
service expand? Do we get more participants? You know, there's a lot of factors, but no, I don't think there's a reason to increase it, but the future is filled with rate increases there for sure. No doubt, there's just no way around it, right?
Well, one thing that really stands out for me is that this is an expensive service, and it kind of makes me reflect on the idea of a water service in the Cove, because that is something that is projected or considered in the official community plan, is like increasing density in Kwathiaski Cove, and there is a sewer service there, but there is no water service, and that is a concern for increasing densification. However, when you're looking at a service like the sewer service and, saying, oh, 19% increase and it's going to keep going up, maybe not this year, but it's on a trajectory, I think that's going to really, it could really affect community interest in a water service. And I think that we really need to have some really good understanding about maybe like what a water service would look like and the ongoing costs. I know I've been hearing what's been happening in the Comox Valley Regional District, and their a water service in their electoral areas, which they're all facing significant increases in rates this year due to, I think, pipes and infrastructure that they need to replace. And, maybe the community is going to need to have a much clearer idea of what that long-term looks like before, and I don't know, do we need to look at that before we start investing $200,000 in well examinations? That's something that maybe we need to talk about again, because as a community, do the people, this is the same people, right, in the Cove, that would be, I don't know how a water service works. Do you ask people to sign up to it? Do you force them to sign up to it if they all have wells? Some of the people I've talked to have said, we had a very functioning septic field, and we were asked to sign up for this sewer study. We felt like it was helping some of our neighbors, or sewer, extension, sorry, is the word I was looking for. It was helping some of our neighbors, and the rate was low. It was promised to us that it was going to stay low. And now here we are, not even that many years later, facing these huge increases, and we're being told that we can't get off of the sewer system. So how does that, I don't really know how a water service works, but maybe somebody here can explain that to me.
Yeah, I can explain it to you. There's a lot there, but part of what's there, and I know you're just reiterating, is not containing facts. Like the issue about the sewer, we don't force stuff. We went to the community. In fact, when we went to the community and got their approval, the sewer connection was, I believe, $9,600. We ended up cutting that in half. And those people signed a petition to join the service. So the information whoever's provided to you is devoid of facts. That is not factual. So, but that's one thing aside. Second thing is, just in the high level, sewer systems are more expensive than water systems. But what really, I think it was John Rice who said it yesterday, is the real problem here, whether it's Comox or here, is the legacy that's behind it. This is accumulatively poor financial planning, not doing anything for 30 years and then, oh my gosh, it's breaking down. What are we going to do? It's a lack of preparation. So when you look at, let's say, a new service, first of all, I think the $200,000 is a good investment to provide information about what it's going to look like in cost. So, at some point you got to invest something to find out more concrete answers about what you want to do. The second thing is you're going to start it. I've talked about we have to look at partnerships because you're talking about massive dollars in investments in a system. And let's say you get there, then the next step is, okay, we're going to fund this thing appropriately for day one so that we're not leaving a legacy. So many of these things are legacy problems. So it's not fair to, let's say, look at a new water system in Cute Cove and compare it to the sewer system in Cute Cove because that sewer has just been completely neglected. Right? Now you're sitting here holding the bag on it. If we had been doing the proper thing from day one, we wouldn't be anywhere near this problem. Or that's just the facts. So, I get what you're saying, but if you're looking at a new system, it's how are you going to start and run that appropriately? And so you're not in the same situation. So I don't think it's fair for people to say, oh, this thing's a train wreck. If we get a water system, it'll be the same train wreck. Well, depends how you manage it, right?
I thank you for that explanation. And at the same time, I think that something that I've learned through this sewer, expense and et cetera, is that small systems have the same cost as large systems. So if it's a system that's serving 200 homes or 2,000 homes, the costs are relatively similar. So, and I'm assuming that's something I learned through this sewer learning, but I would imagine that it's very similar in water. So
Yeah,
it's
we
going
want
to,
customers.
you need more customers, but there aren't more customers.
Yeah.
So then it just becomes a really expensive service, and the people that it would benefit aren't there because they're already all on a well. So we're going to be asking people to sign up for a water service, which would have increased costs and potentially escalating over year like
Yeah,
this one is.
so, and you asked it yesterday too, the forms for approval, and one of them is petition. So just so you know, we did a petition out for the sewer, and those people signed those petitions. So anyone saying they were unaware of the cost of the service and the capital investment was on those petitions. We came in under those costs. So when you hear this feedback from these people, they signed the petitions supporting the costs. So I don't know how anyone can say, oh, these are just getting out of hand. Like, I know capitally, we came in at half what they signed the petition for. They signed for $9,600 and we were somewhere around $5,000 or less.
Yeah, those numbers are actually in this report somewhere, this financial report. But regardless, the rates, if you look at the funny little graph there, that's maybe on the second page of this, it really when people signed up, I'm not sure when they signed up, but it was like at $300 or approximately $300, and now it's at $950. So it's definitely
Yeah, part of that though can
increase.
be their debt payback. Like that's not an operational increase. The other thing too is, again, it goes back
I think these are the rates,
Operational
not
costs.
these are not the,
So here's the challenge that's faced with a system that, in my mind shouldn't have happened. When you had these people sign up, they signed up for it and for a variety of reasons, but then there was no obligation for them to connect. So your scenario about the well, so somebody has a 5-acre property with a well, and you come by and you say, hey, do you want to be part of the water service? And you're not forcing them to join up, but they'll just pay a parcel tax, like a couple $100-$300 a year. Significantly increases their property value because now they have eligibility to connect to a community water system, which enables a lot of financial benefit to your property, but then they don't hook up. They haven't forced them to hook up. So they sit there, they sign up, they support it, they pay the parcel tax, they don't hook up to the user fees, you don't have the users, and then your costs are spread amongst fewer people. In the sewer, there was no obligation that they must sign up. So we had people on there that signed up. It significantly increased their property value because they were eligible for community sewer. And then they stayed on their septic system. So what do? Like, you're going to sign up and not hook up. So the costs, the operational costs are the same. And then, so that can't be borne by the regional district. That should have been a mandatory that you're connecting to the system. Otherwise, you're left with this high operational costs and people not paying for it.
And if you follow that thread and you think about a water service, then it would be mandatory to sign up and mandatory for the fees. And there's a lot of people that are already on, they're obviously already all on their own wells, which are serving them. I mean, maybe some people have shallow wells and they're not as, productive in the summer. I don't have that kind of information about what's happening in the Cove, but when you say mandatory, that opens up another whole conversation. So I guess what I'm really wondering is, we have somewhere in here, we talk feasibility studies, it was underwater, so maybe I'm on the wrong page when we're talking about this, because now we're on the sewer page, but Dave, you're saying that it's a good idea for us to follow through with the water exploration, and at what point do we sort of look at what that actually looks like for the community?
Yeah, well, down the road, right? Because then it's like, what do you need for infrastructure? What are you looking in terms, is there any partnerships? What are you looking at, how that fits in with growth and density in the community? So you can start refining, at the end of the day, what that is going to look like financially. So there's a number of steps in there, and you've got to get, do you have enough water, first of all? Do you have parties interested? Like, what's that going to look like for a service area and people supporting it? So lots of steps and lots of questions before we can, go and say this is it. But it's got to start with, like, do you have a source of water? Like, do we have a reliable source? And until we know that, and then refine what those costs may look like, and again, potential partnerships, growth, grants, that we don't know that information yet. So, and who knows what that'll look like. But I'm just saying, not fair to look at the legacy of Q Cove Sewer and go, this would be the same. A lot, again, and John Rice said he's facing it there on the water system, just legacy neglect. I mean, it's not rocket science, right? If I don't change oil in my car for 30 years, something bad's going to happen sooner or later, right? And I mean, the numbers don't lie. You can look over the systems for years and look at the investment or lack thereof it. And sooner or later, these things come to end of life.
I would just add too, if you look at the 2020 or the 2012 high of 692 to today's rates, that's a 2.9% a year growth. It's just happened to occur quite erratically.
And then went down, and then climbed back up, right? So that was not a wise decision. Because let's say if we went back to 2012 and, I don't know, manufactured a policy that said we're going to do 3% a year, well, you wouldn't have got the 19% increase calls there. And, maybe you're looking at proper maintenance of the system. Maybe you're not in the position you are right now, but you can't properly manage operational costs like that over the long term. Like, that's just poor planning. But
I just totally agree with Dave that if a water surface was created, it could be managed differently, that we wouldn't be here today. And we will be bringing a report to ISC probably in Q1 with the preliminary results of the update to the water study. And that would be a really good time to have these discussions. I think you're asking a lot of really astute questions, and we will need to chat about chicken, egg, horse carriage, what are our next steps.
Thank you. And good to know we'll be talking about it again. Sorry for getting distracted on the sewer.
No, I think we've, so status quo, I think is fair, yeah. We're going in the right direction anyways. Again, $50,000 contribution to reserve, even though big picture, we know it's a tiny bit, the change in direction is monumental. I mean, we weren't putting anything in there, right? So,
I know, taking it like $700.
yeah.
This is just debt.
So yeah, Q Cove sewer extension, this is just the debt that we were kind of talking about previously. So there was those people that had the connection fees, the capital cost. There was two groups in there. You could pay it lump sum or we could amortize it out. I don't know what the split about who paid lump sum and who amortized it out, but this is just the debt payment on Q Cove sewer to those people that supported the petition to have sewer brought to them. Yeah, and didn't prepay. So here's a tricky one for you, just so you know on this. So let's say when we went there and said, okay, here's the $5,000 cost. One person says, okay, here's $5,000. I don't want to see the bill go away, and they wouldn't get this. Next person says, no, I'll just put on my taxes every year. And so great. Then they sell their house 2 years later. The person that comes in there inherits that. And they likely, even though it would be on disclosure statement, people don't tend to examine that closely enough, and they would inherit that debt on their taxes. So they're looking and going, oh my God, they never signed a petition, right? They probably didn't pay close enough attention to their on the details in their property purchase, disclosure of taxes, and then go, sewer is $1,000 here? This is outrageous. And a good portion of it would just be debt repayment.
I have one question about this, and that is on the little blue bubbles graph at the top. It has like expense budget, and it's the same, 2023 and 24, the outside bubble. But the inside blue one is, we didn't spend as much we were going to. So Mike, can you explain why we didn't?
Sorry, in that service, it gets a liability insurance allocation. We have a small budget for legal fees, and then the parcel tax is, there's it's administrative for that, so we have to hold a parcel tax review panel. So you'll see a small fluctuation every year in it.
Okay, thank you.
But in whole, the whole budget is just to pay back those people's debt. We've combined it, amortized it out, and they all make an annual debt payment to it. House numbering, not really much here.
Shout out to mapping. Isn't that where the house numbering money goes?
Oh, yeah. We'll pass that on Douglas. He'll appreciate that. Yeah. I think that's the first director to give a shout out to house numbering. So Douglas will be quite pleased with that. Oh, sorry, we'll put the asterisk next to that. It wasn't really a shout out. Okay.
Well, that's since I really appreciate that you map it and how much information it does provide to anybody that wants to look.
Boy, Douglas is he's just beaming right now, I think. Oh.
No, it's only carrying half the surplus into this year, into next year.
Yeah.
Only half the surplus previous years.
Yeah, from 1 to 2 to 1. Economic development.
I could do a quick intro to this.
Yeah.
This is the actual opposite conversation of the grants and aid. Here we had a big decline so far in 2023 spent. We haven't, there's only $1,000 out of that, but that increases the surplus and then pushes down the requisition. So if you did want to smooth that, we could probably look at a reserve transfer, something for 2023, or if you allocated more funds out or anything.
So if you want to do something in here, so you look at, we've got quite a bit of surplus because there wasn't much spent. So there's about $40,000 in it to spend. You can spend that. So if you spend it all and you want to keep, let's say, 40,000 a year, there's nothing, we're requisitioning hardly anything, right? So if you're projecting out that this is something you want to keep going, I would suggest start inching that up a little bit. So maybe in 1, 2, 3 years, you've got a fairly consistent requisition and it won't fluctuate. I mean, the good news for this year is you could spend on current budget $40,000. But if you want to do the same thing next year, you haven't you're requisitioning 1,500, right? So if it's something that you want to get into and start having a consistent spend, I'm not saying you have to make that 1,500, 20,000, but think about incrementally pushing that up.
Well, I'm happy we're on economic development because this is something that I wanted to talk about. I don't see Renee here. I thought maybe she was that person, but I don't want the budget to be only $1,500 because I think that then exactly what you're saying, Dave, is that it will create a bounce or like a weird thing.
Yeah.
I don't have as much budget language yet as I should. You say bounce in budget world? Okay, good. So I do have some ideas that I would like to talk about in economic development and using this function. Is this the right time to talk about that?
Yeah, you can. We're not, I mean, it's great. The information you give us is great. So you can do a lot of things. We're not here to, I mean, it kind of depends what you want to do, to say, oh, no, you can or can't, but more about how you want to fund it. If there's things that you want to do, then let's talk about funding it. And if you have questions about, are these things that fall under there, we can certainly answer that. But we're mostly interested in what you want to financially do with it. If you have things to do, how are we going to fund those things?
You don't want to talk about like
No.
outhouses?
They're all great. But just how you want to fund it. So,
Okay.
What kind of spend do you think you have, and then we'll help you how to get there annually. Like, do you have a vision of annually what you think, over several years, what you think a balanced number would be? Is that 25? Is it 40? Is it 50? And then let's figure out how to get there on a transition so then it just flatlines.
So I don't have that level of information yet because it is something that I'm just starting to think about and initiated conversations with a couple of different groups on the island that might be able or interested in accessing some economic development funding. I think that it's a really important function in a community like ours, and economic development to me is also economic diversification and supporting the different types of whether they're makers or farmers and tourism that are all already across the island. So it seems like we have, $40,000 currently because that was the surplus plus the budget from last year. And how would it look if we wanted to be able to spend, I don't know, like that much or close to that much this year, and then we wanted to be able to spend that again next year, we kind of need to divide it in half and put some on this year and then some on next year. Is that the right way
some
that I'm
kind of
thinking?
transition, right? No,
Yeah.
for sure. Like, let's just argue that the 40,000 would be an annual kind of flat line that you're looking for. So how do we get there, right? We've got 41,000 and 39 is coming from surplus. So I would, think maybe a 10 or 15,000 requisition, and then eyeball that for next year, and then you're going to find level water. And then that's not going to, again, talk about timing. Net in single participant services, you don't have an increase. So if you're going to project some out, now is probably a decent time for this one. And you want to get yourself to ultimately somewhere between 30 and 40. So if you went, 10, 15 this year, line of sight probably 10, 15 next year, you're going to get pretty close to your goal, and nobody's going to see a massive impact to that.
I think that's a good idea. I think that's what we should do. And then obviously, we'll see it again in January. And I might say at that point, like, oh, maybe we should take 5 down out of grants and aid because I didn't use it that last year, right?
And that's what you can do, right? So
Once I
that's a
see-
good trade-off, right? Because I think grants and aid are fairly healthy, and if you want to ultimately transition a bit, Rob, from Peter to pay Paul, you know, one has maybe more bang for your buck, if you will, or more purpose to it. And that is a good way to deal with it, so.
Well, I know that traditionally, the previous director did use the economic development funding, a fair amount. So I kind of wanted to wait and see during the first year what kind of requests or thoughts were presented that I thought would fit into that function. But it feels like maybe now, because there weren't a lot, I can sort of reach out and be more creative with it.
You
and
absolutely
support
can, yeah.
the community.
Honestly, he was using it for grants and aid, like. I think the times that they came to the board for economic development, almost every time the board questioned said, is that really economic development? That looks like a grant and aid because it would be to
Pay insurance costs.
pay insurance costs or something, right? So, it was grant. So how about this? Say, we'll make it 15, and then when you see that and you look at the overall impact, you have, I would think, some ability to, if you wanted to adjust one, you could adjust this one, or you could adjust the grants and aid and kind of find a net level water.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
All right. Sorry, Mike, is there any reserves in that?
Yes, there is.
What is it? 29. So what we can do as well, because, okay, this is my personal take on it. So we've created an operational reserve for $30,000. This is a service that doesn't really buy tangible things, right? You're providing economic support. So it's not like there's a roof that's going to cave in this service. So that 29, in my mind, is more for requisition smoothing. So what we could also do is start bleeding that down to smooth out that transition. So we could take an amount out of this year, next year, and the next year to help transition that as well and soften that. Because there's $30,000 and it's, again, you're not buying cars or roofs, right? The operational reserve is really for smoothing that transition. So there's 30 grand there. So we can use that again to help smooth that transition.
So maybe we would say 10.
10 and
The
5.
property requisition would be 10, and then
We'll
5
take
would come
5
from
out of
the.
the transfer.
Yeah.
Sorry, just a quick note. Yeah, increasing, if we want to smooth the requisition, we'll actually be increasing that reserve. Because we'll be taking money this year and putting it into the reserve. But like I say, if you want a $40,000 amount, I can work that in there for you and we'll transition to that amount over 2 years.
Yeah.
Work your magic, Mike.
So we have parks. We've been through everything we've got on parks. I think, well, you saw it yesterday anyways. It's financially, it's pretty status quo on there. You saw the projects that we have. I don't know, we don't have much more on this unless you have additional things you would like to see in parks.
And just for clarity, this does not include the business case from yesterday, so we'll be adding that on.
That I was guessing
Yeah.
that it wasn't included. It feels like there was a lot of things already on the list that are mostly carry forwards because of a lack of staff resources. So hopefully that can change this next year and we'll see more like check marks on big exciting things like parks planning. I did have a question. There's a list of completed projects, it says here. I was just like mildly curious about the safety ladders and what that was, because I actually attended the fire equipment upgrades being deployed. And then the other question I had was if this was an appropriate time to ask for an update on the QCO Village Trail expansion work, which says it's under the completed projects and not under service goals of 2024. But I feel like maybe it's both.
Yeah, thank you. So you'll see on the sheet provided here, we've got approximately 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, probably 16 or 18 projects that we have completed in 2023. So that's a whole lot of check marks. With respect to the ladders, that's a safety requirement. So we are required to have ladders on our wharves and docks in order for people to, in the event of emergency, fall in the water and be able to get back up onto the dock. So that has been completed. The Q Cove Extension Trail, that there are portions of that were completed this year, and it's also on your list for 2024. It's the second bullet point extension of Q Cove Trail. So that work continues.
Could you provide a little bit more update on what parts were completed this year and if there's any news on the Harper Road extension?
What was the Harper Road, sorry? The end of it?
I was curious which sections were completed this year and then also if there's any update on the Harper Road extension.
There's no update on the Harper Road extension. We've actually done some clearing this year over a number of properties that we're working towards securing a right-of-way with. So we have actually extended that trail system through clearing. It's not surfaced. It can't be surfaced until we have a signed agreement with the property owners. We're hoping that will happen sometime prior to the end of this year and then allow clearing to happen closer to early spring, or actually more work with surfacing, and there's some drainage works that need to be included in that project. So there's a little bit of work to do there. We can't just walk in and surface, unfortunately, just with the terrain.
The Plaza area trails and then on
Right, and then we finished the Plaza area trails in 2024 and a connection through the ministry's right-of-way and handrails on Noble Road.
Great. So the ladders have been installed on all of the wharves?
Yeah.
My final question in this section, and I don't know if it fits in this section or not, is that there has been consideration for the Hoskin Landing parking area, which is maybe related to the Hoskin Landing Park that is an SRD park asset. If that parking was being considered expanded, and I'm curious if that falls under parks or how I would get some more information about that if it does fall under parks.
Yeah, that's the 10-year work that we're working on for Hoskin. That's for the road and parking lot. So that work is in progress with the province. We need to expand our tenure and take over the road with a license.
Okay, so that's when it says that it's completed. So the Hoskin 10-year survey work and applications have been completed.
That's accurate.
Okay, and so what are the next steps?
We need to get approval from the province to move forward. We need to secure licenses.
And so would it be, I'm just looking at the 2024 service goals and it says completion of Hoskin Wharf extension. Is that the same thing that we're talking about?
No, that's the wharf.
So it's a separate item which is also under 2024?
That's right.
Okay, great. I wanted to ask about the shore access signage project, but I'm really happy to see here that all of the applications to Modi have been submitted. Do you?
Those were submitted in July. We're waiting. I don't have an update. So we submitted 9 applications for phase 2 and 3.
And can you explain to me, like, I don't really understand what they, like, I know that there's road right-of-ways or road accesses to them. And so we ask Modi for permission to put a sign up. Is that how that works?
Well, we ask Modi for permission to have pedestrian access and maintain that access because we don't have authority to do that. And so that would include anything from installation of a sign to trail work, infrastructure, whatever that might look like. And so phase 2 and 3 are more complicated than phase 1. Phase 1 and a few of actually the first phase 2 were basically just installation of signs and no works required. The next stages will require additional work, potentially surveying, surfacing, that sort of thing. So there's some budgetary considerations. We do have a budget, though, that we're carrying forward for 2024.
And the other item that it says is complete is the parks inventory project. Is that something that will be presented at some point to EASC or to the board?
I think we had that conversation on the telephone 2 days ago, yeah. So we have completed the project. We had a contractor go out to all our park sites and map and inventory all of the infrastructure that we have in each one of our parks. So the project is complete. We're waiting for the document, and that will be provided to EASC whenever it is available, sometime early in the new year.
Thank you. And that includes opened and unopened parks, or? Like, I know there's 2 types of parks in SRD.
Yes.
It does. There's very little information on inactive parks, but yeah, I mean, they're all included in the inventory, but there's not much to report.
I don't think I have any budgetary concerns with this. I think we already discussed it mostly yesterday. So is there anything else that I should be concerned about for Area C Park specifically, or is it just a kind of carrying things forward?
Yeah, no, I think it's, like we said yesterday, it's status quo. We haven't increased the budget. Your requisition, in absence of a new position, your requisition is staying relatively the same. And we haven't added any new capital projects for this year. We really want to focus on the ones that we currently have on the list, and potentially include some new items for 2025 and beyond in the next budget.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question about that? I wanted to ask about the moorage usage, because I noticed that there was money in here from moorage.
Yeah,
Did I see that?
$5,500.
And that's from the Granite Bay Wharf, because there's a wharfinger that does that work for us. And so how does that work? Because we do have wharves in Evans Bay and Hoskin Landing, but I've never seen any request for moorage fees there at Evans Bay, but I have at Hoskin Landing, but I'm not clear on Evans Bay. So do they collect moorage fees there?
No, only Granite Bay. It's the only one that we have an on-site wharfing to provide that service.
Okay, and is there, I know that I've heard that at the Granite Bay Wharf, there's commercial vessels that are using it as well as.
It's open to everyone.
So are there different rates for those usages, or they're just all the same?
Yeah, no, because the vessel is the vessel. It doesn't matter what the vessel is used for once it leaves the dock. The only restriction there is at most of our facilities is the length of the vessel.
Okay, and the Granite Bay is the only one where we're collecting money from?
That's right.
Okay.
Quadra Community Hall, did we get a budget from them? Is this that plus, it looks pretty flat, so it's this plus a, 3-4%, whatever?
Yeah, we've just received an updated budget. It's more or less in line with what you see here. There might be a little bit of tweaking required, but you'll see that in January.
Okay, so we're happy to schedule with Rebecca if you want to come in between now and, I don't know, like January 15th, somewhere in there, to have her present to you. And because what you're seeing here from her looks like just a 4% or somewhere between 3% operational increase there.
Well, I noticed that the budget says 211,865, but if you read the commentary, it says that the cost estimate includes the 3% inflationary adjustment and that the 2024 request from QIRS is 238,145. So there is a difference between according to this form here, that between the amount that they've requested and the amount showing in the budget. So
They have amended their request, so we've just received an updated request yesterday.
And it's lower?
Yeah. 229.
229, but this says 211.
That's their total budget.
Yeah, but if their budget's to, like, with that, this includes surplus and transfer from reserve, like,
Sorry, my number here is the 3% increase is 185,195.
what?
Oh.
I'm so confused.
yeah, well, we need to sort this out, yeah, because,
That's their total budget. Like that's what I'm saying. I've just received it yesterday, so we have to go through their budget because there's some budgetary items that we don't fund, and that's the
Okay.
issue with how QRS provides their budget.
oh, okay, so we'll schedule something. This is, again, a kind of a plug number, comes from QIRS. We don't have much to do with it, so not much to discuss here. We'll set something up with Rebecca. We'll come in, and then we'll show you kind of on the fly, I think, then what that requisition means to changes to this year from last year. So,
I think that's great. I would really like to have that meeting
Yeah.
with Rebecca and talk, because I do have a couple of questions about, like, I don't really understand if, I know that we, as the SRD own, it says here that we own the building. So I'm not sure if we at the SRD should be building, or we maybe do have a contingency or a capital reserve for things like if the roof needs to be replaced, or if there's other major repairs. And I don't really understand if or how those are being considered. We don't need to
Yeah.
end up looking back
like,
and
pointing fingers at each
saying,
other.
saying if only we had. So
Yeah.
I feel like it's probably better to talk about that now. And because I don't have an understanding of it, I would like to dig into that a little bit.
Does anyone know if is there an asset management plan for that building? Has there everyone been done?
We have money to do an assessment on the building. We've only historically looked at the seismic components of it, so we do have some money set aside.
What's the reserves in this one?
You have an operating reserve and a capital reserve, looking at about 110-ish, I guess, thousand.
Okay, it's pretty thin operational capital. So there you go. $28,000 in capital reserve for a building replacement that's likely in the several millions.
Right, so those are the discussions, though, that we can have at this
Yeah.
table, because we, like, the regional district would be putting those funds aside. And so that requisition would be coming out of our side of the budget and being included here, because we're responsible for all capital, the regional district.
So we house the capital reserve. QARS does not have a reserve yet. So this is good information for you. So collectively, we have $28,000 in a building that's probably worth $5-7 million. So it's, again, my personal view on this. I think the thing has been underfunded for years. There's an answer. We all obviously know why. So I think it's a healthy opportunity to invite them in. And we need, like, this is stuff we need to talk about. We own it, operate it. We're both in it together, right? And the building doesn't care who owns it. It's just a building, and it has $28,000, right? Like, I mean, what if the heat pump went? I mean, you can't do anything. There's basically no money
Yeah.
for that building should anything happen to it.
Just a
Yeah.
quick note too, that would be anything gas tax eligible for any recreation infrastructure.
It would have to be.
Yeah, and so these are the discussions that we're trying to have with QRS as well, because we've been seeing some surplus as well with their budgets, and then those surpluses not necessarily being allocated to future years. So the surplus that QRS finds themselves in really should be deducted from their next year's budget, and then those additional funds going into your reserves.
Yeah, I think the whole thing needs, a new plan moving forward. The plan that we've got to today leads us to that, which
Yeah, well, it
I don't think
doesn't
that
look
leaves you-
good for needing a new roof right there. That's
Yeah.
all I can say.
roof, like the sink, like.
Well, I have to say that there's a lot of volunteers on Quadra. They've been fundraising right now for a whole new cooktop because it's going to support doing the community lunches and things a lot better. So that was all the money that was raised, I think, at the craft fair, Christmas craft fair was raised so that they could put in a new cooktop. And I know that community really does show up for the community center, but it's also our responsibility here to manage things as well as fundraising at the craft fair.
Yeah, I don't think the craft fair fundraising should be an asset management plan for a building like that. So it definitely needs revisiting. But again, this is an educational tool for you. Is that I would be alarmed that there's $28,000 in a capital reserve for a recreation community hall. That's like, ouch.
Well, that's why we're talking about
Yeah,
it.
So we'll set something up and
Okay,
we'll
with
yeah,
Rebecca and
Rebecca.
myself, I'll be
Yeah,
here too, and
yeah.
everybody else will have
yeah,
another fun
same
meeting.
Yeah.
Can I ask another question about this? And that is, under the capital summary, it says seismic upgrade, and it's a carry forward of 81,000. And I did have a check-in with Rebecca about something recently, and I asked her about that, and she said that it was potentially their understanding that there were going to be further seismic upgrades that were planned for the building, and that would actually include roof replacement. And funny that we keep talking about roofs. And she seemed to think that the seismic upgrades were half done, and there was waiting for another seismic grant before things went further. But maybe there could be more information from this side that was more clear.
Yeah, that was leftover funding from the grant that we got for the first phase of seismic upgrades. So the first phase was complete, but the reports also included phase two. However, the leftover funding is not enough to proceed with phase two, so we need additional funding to be able to proceed with that. And I don't remember all of the components in phase two, so I can't speak to the roof, but certainly there's a report that was provided and set out two separate phases for seismic upgrades for the hall.
What's the gap financially?
I don't remember it right now.
That'd be helpful.
And we don't have an update, like that cost estimate, and it was 2017, yeah.
But
I think the report was even earlier than that.
But just even based on that, what's the difference between the 81,000 and whatever that said? I mean, that I'll bet you it's more than $25,000, which was what we have in reserve, which means there's nothing, right? These are bigger discussions that we need to have, so. Or more craft fairs. You know?
Okay, well.
So we'll schedule
Maybe,
something.
would we be able to get more information about this seismic
Yeah.
upgrade history and potential future or needs? I mean, are there other needs assessments that have been done on the building in the past or that would need to be considered when we're talking about this budget item?
Nothing that we would be able to hang our hat on, which is why we have funding put aside for new assessments to be done to the facility, because we know they're needed.
So it looks like there, that assessment was pegged at about $20,000 and we have $28,000 in reserve, so.
Yeah, we have 20,000 allocated
Oh,
under
okay.
professional fees to start with those assessments. And that will identify what else is needed. And if further assessments are needed, then we'll need to give consideration to how to fund those.
Okay. I think maybe Tom's gonna have to speak to Heritage Conservation. Oh, sorry. Oh, you got
I
more?
just wanted to ask one more
Yeah.
question about the community center and the money, and that is, we've been talking at strategic planning and in our budget about asset management, and I'm not really clear on exactly what that really means in a big picture. I get it, but in the, like, does that include things like the park and the building that we're talking about here, the Quadra Community Center? And where are we with that process? And would we be able to like reference a document that says something in the asset management plan about this asset?
I don't think we have an asset management plan for it, do we?
Well, we have an asset management for this regional district, which includes
No,
our facilities. It includes that. However, it was very high level and didn't include a whole lot of detail. Like there was no assessments that were created as part of that. So again, it's high level. Mike can speak to it further.
So just before Mike, we have, let's say for this building, Robin, here, we have an asset management plan and it's funded every year. So I don't know, I think 7 or 8 years, the funding of that will completely fund our building asset management so this building stays in brand new condition every year. You can see there's no way, whatever we have, there's no way there's a funded asset management plan for that rec center. We have no money going into anything. I don't even know how much money we need, or does that give us the level of it?
Yeah, the original asset management plan simply took the historical cost and multiplied it out by the consumer price index over the years to make an assessment. It assumes a like-for-like replacement, and of course, which is just not very accurate the way you do it, because, you know, the cost from the 70s and 80s when all this stuff was constructed is materially different from today. So we did that exercise with everything, just trying to give us a high-level guideline of what the funding gap would be. But yeah, to do a correct asset management plan, it involves someone to actually have a look at it, send out a surveyor and assessor to actually assess the dollar value of work. And instead of an accountant doing an office, somebody actually has to go to the site and, you know, do an RFQ and everything to try and assess what the actual need is.
So then ideally, we would have a booklet, you know, QIRS asset management plan. It would say over the next 10 years, it needs $2.5 million, and then we would start funding that asset management plan, right? So
Yeah, I think this is, you know, a very similar story. The sewer, it's been underfunded for years, but if you look at the chart, it's attempting to head in the right direction, but it's just, you know, a matter of cost, how fast and that can be increased.
Well, I guess we're going to learn a lot more beginning of January.
So I think you asked me about this a couple weeks ago, and I personally have very little knowledge of why or what the intent, I don't know, maybe Tom does, about why the Heritage Conservation Service, you know, was even created, or the intent behind it.
Actually, I don't. It was created by Comox Strathcona, and I'm not sure why they would have done that, because really heritage preservation, heritage designation is really all about recognition and promotion, and putting in bylaws to restrict development, that kind of thing. So I'm really not sure why this service was even set up. We've virtually spent nothing over the time that I've been here to operate this service. So I really don't know.
I guess, and the good news, it's there if you think or find some use for it. But yeah, I never understood, or wasn't part of the conversation, obviously, of why it was created, what the intent was. So you'll either maybe develop one or go like you have no desire or intention for this. Like we have done nothing with it.
Well, I think we maybe put some money into it last year.
Yeah, Dave's correct. Nothing was done in, there was some talk about sort of lighthouses in the area and trying to get some knowledge into a book about Quadra, so it would go, but that was just a loose talk. In 2022, there was a $10,000 budget put forth in a meeting similar to this. Then the January rolled around and looked at the overall tax requisition, and so no actual amount was put into that. And then 2023, I believe we put $1,000 in there to start working towards something, but that remains unclear.
Okay, I think we put money in there because I thought it made sense to put a little bit in every year. So that then if there needed to be something, we would have a fund for it. I think that the first question would be, could I have a copy of the bylaw? Could I see the bylaw governing the service so that I can understand what it can't fund? Because one of the questions that I do have about it is it, or could it be considered a savings account for, say, there needs to be like, I don't know, some special piece of land that people want to preserve? Would that be possible, or does it only indicate vintage buildings? So without that information, it's hard to know if there's point in adding more money to it every year.
And we can certainly put together a full report as to what can be done under that service. What was intended, I have no idea. But we
Yeah, I think we've lost whatever, if there was an intent, we don't know, so we're just left with a bylaw and prescriptive. We'll give it to you, read it, and if we can do something and it's something you want to do, then we'll do it. Yeah.
That $1,000 taxation for 2024 is just destined to the reserve.
Well, I think will there be just providing a bylaw, or will we be providing a bylaw and a report sort of
We'll
outlining
just
what the
give you the
bylaw means?
bylaw,
Yeah,
because the
okay.
bylaw will say,
Yeah.
you can do this, that, and the other, so.
Okay.
And again, if there is something, we're probably not going to do anything in 2024 with this, but if you thought, okay, you read it and had an idea, maybe you might want to fund it, and that's something, over the course of the next month, if you get the bylaw and read it, and you think we can certainly add it to it. So at this point, I don't think we won't do anything. And then if you have a change of heart in the next month, then we'll just add something to it. Pretty easy.
I think that makes sense.
Sorry, technical difficulties.
What's not working now?
Yeah. Yes, it is weird.
I can give a bit of an info on the next one coming up will be the street lighting. That one, we did increase the max requisition. Looks like cost did come down a little bit for 2023. We must have been LED lights or something in there, but we won't know the total cost to the end of the year. So anyway, we're just maintaining the requisition, and then we're going to put a little bit into the reserve again, just in case we ever bump up against that or there's any spikes. But it's $1,500, so a modest amount.
I noticed that, excuse me, I noticed that there would be a small add to the reserve, and I thought that was actually good. for future smoothing, as the term is. I had a question about this, and it says that it's provides the street lighting in the Q Cove area. And I'm curious if it also funds the lighting. There's 3 significantly large streetlights in front of the community center on the road that are streetlights. And I just noticed them the other day when I was driving there in the dark, and I thought to myself, oh, I wonder if this function pays for those ones as well, or if they're being paid for by the community center or somebody else.
I'll have to look into that and get back to you.
So there's a few combinations, and I'm going back in time. Things may have changed since I ever dealt with this, but highways would fund typically or historically lights that they considered a safety issue at intersections and stuff. So you can see or will see in areas street lights that are not within the service that are funded by the greater Ministry of Transportation. Then, of course, there's lights that are privately put up, and then there'll be lights within our service areas. We can certainly get a service area map and show you, because the lights that we have, that we pay for, have to be within the service area of that function. So we can get you a map of that, and it'll draw a circle. But there still may be within that, though, there can be lights that highways is paying for themselves.
If the lights are on steel standards, they're likely going to be highways, not hydro rentals. If they're on wooden poles, then that would be typically a hydro rental arrangement. So,
Well, I didn't look that closely, but I will the next time I go. Tomorrow, Saturday.
So let's say a community wanted a new light. Our first thing would be we'd run to highways and go, that's a safety issue. You need to put a light up there. And then they either agree or don't. And if they don't, then we go back and say, okay, does anyone want to pay ourselves for a new light? And ideally it would be in a current service area and go, we just plop a new light up there, pay the capital there, and it would be ongoing. So they're not clear. It could be a highways and it could be ours, but we'll show you the service area map.
Okay, and that would just be emailed me, or it would bring to the
Yeah.
24th meeting, or?
No, email it.
Yeah, I'll just correspond with you directly, and I'm glad that you mentioned it, because I did identify a couple of lights that we were being charged for in Area D that were outside of our service area. So there are a lot of legacy coordination issues with BC Hydro, so if we can work those out if we're aware of them.
Legacy coordination. Wow, that's a good one.
Big ones, right?
Yeah.
LCI for sure.
LCI.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That was the last page.
Is that it?
Yeah,
Yes.
Well, there you go.
yeah. Move termination.
Yeah.
we need that information from them, and their budgets aren't broken out in that respect.
Okay, well, we'll include that in our discussion, because certainly our limitations are within the service. But when I say housekeeping, in my mind, it's terms within the service. So, like, if things aren't, if we are funding things that are outside the service, we can't be doing that. We just need to bring clarity and figure out what those are. And, I mean, I don't know where they're getting funding from for those other things, or where they would.
Through their fundraising and through their revenue.
Or do we amend the service to include other things? I mean, we can do that too.
Well,
But I don't know what those things are myself.
I'm not an expert, but I do know that I was recently provided a copy of the bylaw for, and it's obviously vintage bylaw regarding the community hall because it's Area J instead of Area C. And it says that it's a contribution to the cost of the service of the operation and recreational activities associated with the hall, provided by another person or association. So I guess we have to talk about how your concerns align with the language here.
Because many of the activities don't align with that language. They're not the operations of the hall or recreation, the provision of recreation. So those are the key issues that we need.
Could you, like, just for my morbid curiosity, what would one be?
Well, I mean, again, I don't have their breakdown, so that's difficult. But, I don't have the breakdown, so that's difficult. But, when we see blanket advertising for functions that don't meet that criteria, we need to know that we're not paying for advertising for things like a craft fair or their community kitchen or programming that doesn't align with what's happening here. They do many things in the hall that aren't recreational focused. They also do many things outside of the hall, May Days, all of these sorts of activities. And so we need to be assured that any of these activities are separately funded and not coming through this requisition and this service.
Or amend the service?
I'm not clear on why you're talking about the community lunch, which is providing, it's cooked by volunteers and money is raised by the people that are attending community lunch, and it's providing hot lunch to people who may not otherwise be able to get one. You're suggesting that that's not a recreational activity, it's a food activity, so it doesn't fit within the parameters of that?
And not that it can't take place. Like, we have a list of activities within the agreement acknowledging the multitude of activities that take place. And I'm not saying we are funding that, but I'm saying we need to be assured that we're not funding that. And so they needed to give us a list of activities that they are seeking funding for through this service, through requisition, and we have yet to have that.
Just to expand on that, so a clear example is that this budget that we've been provided includes board expenses, but maintaining QIRS as a society is not an appropriate tax requisition. That's not part of the recreation expense because QIRS is not, like the SRD is not a parent of QIRS where they are a committee that we fund. They are a separate organization of their own right. So their board expenses would be a QIRS expense that is not a recreation expense where they're providing our service to us. So that's one example. But then also in the question of surplus, this comes up because there are many committees, of course, where they have fundraised for things, but because the budget is combined, where we might see a surplus, it's actually not part of their overall QIRS budget, but it's revenue for a committee that is a subcommittee and it's separate. So what looks to us like a surplus may not actually be, but because the budget is combined and all mixed together, we can't separate out what is a QIRS expense and what is a recreation expense as part of our service agreement with them. So that's what we've asked for clarity on.
The service is for the facility and the provision of recreational services. The service is not to fund the society and all of the things that they do. And so that's the difficulty that we're having here and trying to be able to have appropriate accounting in place and budget that we can stand by.
So if I may, we did meet several months ago, I believe you were there, Aniko, with the QIRS and talked about some of these issues. And I believe there was a meeting of the minds and a common understanding that we need to either be looking at what we can and cannot fund through the agreement, or look at the service itself, because we cannot have a misalignment between the two. There has to be a commonality in terms of what we're authorized to do and what we're funding. And I think that was well understood, so.
And I believe it was as well. They're just unable to provide the information that is required. We yet to have that clarity. And so when I say this is the budget they've provided us 2 days ago, and finally provided us with, financial, year-end financial statements, which we've been asking for 2 years, still we're lacking that information. Their financial statements don't show us where everything went. It's just a blanket total for advertising, or a blanket total for board expenses, or whatever that looks like. So we need to get to a place where we have the information that we need, we understand what QRS is asking for, and then we can determine what steps we need to take in order to make that happen, or not.
And to be fair, we all realize this is a legacy function. It was set up by people we don't know. We don't know what the intent was. So I think it's, an opportunity for us to have those discussions. If the community wants to look at something that's broader than what we have now, then fair game. We don't have an agenda on this. It's just a need to ensure that we're not giving tax dollars to things that we're not authorized to be giving them for, so.
We're referring to the subcommittees, and I know as a long-term person on a subcommittee or two, I was on the Fall Fair Committee, and we had our own fundraising and our own bank account, and that was always a question mark, like, is this funds that were raised by the Fall Fair and in savings then for the next year, and then if there's a surplus, like, we want to be able to keep that in case. We called it our rainy day fund, because you never know, Fall Fair's going to get rained out. And then those funds don't really, I guess, quote unquote, belong to the QRS in the same way that maybe you're considering them to belong to.
Yeah, all we're saying is what surplus do they have from the funds that we provide them? And Meredith was trying to clarify that we understand there are committees that have separate budgets. Those budgets are kept separate, but the financial reporting doesn't necessarily reflect that at the end of the day. And so they really need to separate those so that there is one budget for the facility and the recreational programs that are being provided by that portion of QRS, separate from everything else that QRS does, whether that be within a committee or outside of a committee.
And so do you think it would be a good idea for, when we're having this conversation in early January with Rebecca about the budget, would it maybe be wise to have maybe a representation also from their board of directors as well? I'm asking that because otherwise, she's their, I think, what's she called, the executive director. Yeah. So then she's going to have to take the information that we provide and go back to the board, and we're playing a little bit of like telephone.
That's a very good point. We have had multiple meetings with both Rebecca and members of the QRS board, including their chair, I guess, is Rory's is their chair. One of those was what the meeting that Tom was speaking of.
I was here too.
The board is very well aware of what our request is. We have multiple pieces of correspondence and emails back and forth between Meredith and Rory, trying to get these budgets broken out. So certainly they can attend, but they are well aware of what the ask is.
Okay, well, obviously I'm not, because, so I'm just asking, it seems like it would be a really good idea to kind of all find the same page and more clarity.
again,
And that's why I was kind of thinking that report that we had requested some time ago was going to be supportive of that, because once we got a little bit more understanding on the SRD side, we could come and have another conversation with their board and their executive director about that.
So, and we did that outside of a report, knowing that to bring a report forward without that piece of information doesn't provide any real information. And so we've been waiting to get the information from them so we could bring the report back to the board and say, this is what it looks like. This is what the service allows for. This is what the agreement says. And this is what the ask is of QRS. And here's the discrepancies. What would you like to do with that? But in absence of that, we're just going to be restating the obvious over again, that these are the things we can fund and we don't know what the ask is. And so I don't feel there's value in writing that out and bringing it to the board until we have that information to actually digest something.
Well, let's talk about it during the meeting, because I think, as Tom said, it's also an opportunity. Is there the will there to expand the service to do fund other things, right?
We don't know what they are.
Yeah, but I think we know there are other things. It's highly likely, and so there's an opportunity, if that's what everyone wants. So there's a solution, that's for sure.
So with an expansion of the service, or like expansion of the language of the service,
Yeah.
or the bylaw, whatever you want to phrase that, that goes back to the community for another AAP, Tom? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think, like most things in life, it depends. I think the extent of changes would determine what the process would look like. There is ability to amend a service without necessarily going back to the public. A lot of that will rest with the elected representative and how confident they are with the changes being proposed and that they have support. So these are, it's a question that we can't really answer with certainty at this point, but there are different possibilities that are available depending on the nature and extent of changes that we wish to see.
I think we have a similar but more updated service and agreement with the Cortez Halls, in that they're historically just funded by donations and fundraising and stuff. And then they said, basically, we're tired of doing that. It's too much work. So we'd like a portion of this money to be requisitioned so that we just have this. So it's great. Long story short, we go out to, we did a referendum at the election? Or did we do an AP?
Yes.
Yeah, so they said, fine, the people, let's requisition money there. So we created a service and a agreement between what things can be funded through this, because they still fundraise and they have money. So use our money for this and your money for that. And why we had a dividing line in there, because I think the area director was fearful that people still wanted them to fundraise for certain things and not just give them all the money for everything. So where that would have been the easier thing, just right, here's the Cortez Hall service, you can do whatever you want, right? She didn't want to do that. It was afraid it wouldn't pass on that. So it said, we'll fund these things. So we have a more definitive line in the sand, and maybe we end up that way or not. I mean, I don't know, people are weird, whether they're happy. There was a lot of people that wanted Cortez Halls to their funds to be collected through fundraising, but they didn't want to do the work to do the fundraising. It's easy to say that. Like, so maybe someone in Quadra says, no, I only want to give them $100,000 a year and it has to go towards this. And if you need other money, keep fundraising. And it's like, well, it's easy for you to say you're not doing it, right? So, we don't know, right? It can be super easy and say, just fund everything they want to do. But maybe people don't want that. They like to keep their taxes lower, and other people do fundraising that keeps their taxes lower. Is that fair? So
Would it be, like, I'm not trying to go on about this, but like, would it make sense for this report to come forward and sort of more just like explain what currently staff believe can be supported? So then this board would have the opportunity to look at their own list of projects or whatever they're doing and say, okay, well, these fall in and these fall out?
I think what Aniko's saying is she doesn't know what their list is and how it's being funded. Like with the Cortez Halls, we know specifically what we fund, and we need accounting of that to make sure that let's say our funds aren't going towards this stuff. They have to go towards, and we have an accounting, annual accounting of that with them. So I think it starts with a conversation, like you're gonna be here, they're gonna be here, let's get it out here and say, this is what we have to do. We either have to divide things in a line and be clear and account and report to them, or we just wanna throw everything under that and go back to the community and say, are you guys okay with that? Because maybe, I don't know, let's say for argument's sake, collective fundraising is 50 grand a year. So do you want to go from from 100 grand requisition to 150? Don't have to worry about fundraising anymore. They're all taken care of and everything is funded. I don't know how people feel about that.
Well, they do, I mean, according to the budget that they emailed me with the bylaw, they do receive donations and they do fundraising through events. And they also have royalties from Hillary Stewart's legacy that she donated to them. So they do have other outside funds.
How much do they annually is about?
It looks like they're projecting for 2024 about $5,400
Oh,
in
not a lot.
donations. And the same in fundraising. And
It's pretty small.
yeah, $2,600 in royalties from Hillary Stewart.
Right. So again, maybe a simple thing is go, okay, well, if they're providing, if they need resources for everything they need to do there, it's $110,000, let's just say. Maybe it's simpler just to amend the service to, you can fund all of the things you do. Or we come up with a different
I think
list.
it's really unique because the rec society and the land and the community center was operated independently of the SRD. And the reason that it became an SRD asset was because the province changed their mind about Class C parks existing. So the fact that it was a Class C park just automatically became an SRD asset.
I think it's for a different reason. You need money to run the thing, and it's easy to requisition it, and just every January 1st, the money's there. That's why the Cortez Halls do it. Like, we are that conduit. I think, I wasn't around then, but that's the easy answer. Otherwise, they don't need us, but we can collect taxes really easy. And it takes a ton of fundraising efforts out of the equation. So,
It's definitely grown and changed
I mean,
since
can you imagine if
back
they
in
had
the
the
day.
community fundraise for what looks like about $120,000? I mean, that'd be exhausting, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, well, we'll schedule a couple hours and we'll chat about the whole thing. All right, that's all we got. I think there's lunch here if you're hungry, I think. Am I right?
1 o'clock.
I saw Mark point, what we've done is give, in November, surplus report just to the whole board, East Gardens, to say, this is what it's looking like at the end of the year, if there's any emergencies or reasons to hit the panic button, which there wasn't. And then as we get closer to the year, we get revenues, expenses. We refine it a little bit closer and divide them up into the board's shared regional service, the gardens, and independent, the EA single participant services. So to try and give you more closely aligned with what it's looking like collectively. So today, all that's here, because you've seen everything else, all that's here is just the single participant services in Area B. So the others independent of this, which you saw. So collectively, as we sit today, if that number scares you or whatever, don't worry, that's what we're here to work through these, is on the single participant, there's a net increase of $14.75 a home. Now, included in that is nothing new. It's everything operational to provide the same level of service we did last year and to run through them and give you an idea of what things maybe you would like to change amongst the single participants there. So if we quickly run through it, you can see, and this is your opportunity to change it as we go through if you like. Grant and aids, we have that going down as it stands. First responder is an extra $1 a home. Area B refuse is $12. The Cortez Halls is, I think that says $1. Cortez Halls, no, $3.42. Parks, which we went through yesterday, but it's 77 cents. And then fire protection, $1.98. So we'll go through the individual ones, have a discussion, and you can give us any indication of what you would like to see changed in that, if any. So start with Grant and aid. So scroll up a little bit there. So looks like in 2023, we had a surplus in there of $25,000 and we requisitioned $25,000. Looks like you're gonna spend the whole thing this year. So what that does, great, half of that was made up of surplus. So if you look at 2024, if you wanted to maintain the 50,000 grant and aid, we've lost the 25,000 in surplus. If you spent it, we're down to about 4. So current requisition gives you half of that. So if you want to maintain about a $50,000 level, we'll have to increase the requisition by about $25. So just trying to get an indication of what level would you like to see grant and aid maintained at?
Mike, did you have some
Yeah,
comments?
sorry, just for clarity, so that service was maintaining at 25,000 level, and then in 2022, none was spent with the election switchover. So
Yeah.
Right.
the 2023 budget was doubled to 50, and now we have it programmed back to go to its, the historical 25,000.
Nice. So I'd like to have that 4,500 added to
2,500,000.
4541.
Oh, yeah.
Rather than that decreasing our requisition for next year, have that added up. And I'd like to increase grant and aid to 30.
So maintain a $30,000 level, okay. That's good.
And that's just based on, sort of the needs that I'm seeing in the community.
Yeah.
We had $60,000 in
Yeah.
application came in, and we were able to fill 20 of those in the last round. So just want to meet where the community's at for that.
Yeah, you don't have to justify it to us, it's all good.
I'm just speaking for, for the public who are going to be watching this.
Right, oh, yeah.
It's being recorded.
this
Hello,
live
Cortez Island. Welcome to 2023-24
gosh.
budget.
Yeah, all right. All right, good. Thank you, that was easy. So next one.
Feasibility studies.
Sorry on that, just for Mark's sake, was there any operating reserve in grants and aid for Area B?
Historically, none of the grant and aid functions have
Okay.
any reserve, neither do the feasibilities.
Okay. So feasibilities, what was this for? What did we use feasibilities for in Area B? We had $20,000 budgeted in 2023, and it looks like we're probably going to carry that forward. What would we have on that?
Yeah, we had a $20,000 base budget, and then we had a $20,000 Area B septic study, and that was partially funded by the infrastructure grant. This was kind of mixed up. We've moved all that to that joint service 340, but it's been mostly grant funded now, and we have some growing communities funding in there as well.
So what are we going to fund that out of? Because, yeah, we had some growing communities, but we had the service function money in there as well, right? And we've spent about 20.
So the $20,000 were transferred from the Grovery Community Fund just to fund the study of the liquid septic, phase 1 and phase 2, $10,000 that we got from the ICIP, that's a provincial grant, that's $30,000. And we anticipate that if we move, depending on the results of phase 1, which we will be introducing in January 2024, that any funds that are required to fund phase 2 of the study are available to complete that work.
Out of this service here. Can you scroll? Okay.
Correct.
All right. So this is, and what service is this again? Sorry. Feasibility. Okay, so we have $20,000 in there for any future feasibility studies for anything you like that happens in the area. And that maintains a current balance there, what we've historically had.
And that's a reasonable amount, you know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
come March, I'm like, oh, I'd like a feasibility study, 20,000 is a
Yeah.
good number to have there.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that right, Steph? Yeah? Great.
And then as you see, sometimes when those are out there, we'll reach out to other grants, like a planning grant, that'll kind of offset it to protect our money, if you will. So a lot of times it can be offset by planning grants from the province. So the South Cortez Fire Protection, so Mike, is this what we have got from them, plus let's say a cost of living increase, or what do you have here?
Yeah, their year-over-year budget increase was
You're too high.
4%, and then we've added that 15,000
Scroll
from
down.
growing communities fund.
Yeah, thanks. So, no, too high. No, you're going the wrong way. Wrong way. No, I want to see the requisition there.
This is 250 we're looking at right now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just hold on a second.
Yeah, so for this one, you know,
going.
the fire department obviously had a huge, big budget increase last year in preparation for the new,
There, stop.
legislation that they need to follow that came into effect or comes into effect in March, or came into effect last March. And, you know, they also got a significant amount of money from the Growing Communities Fund for capital equipment investments. So the only adjustment I'd like to see here is just changing the transfer reserves from 66,667 to 60.
Okay, and the reason it did go to 6, that was their latest capital budget was submitted, but yeah, we can lower it.
So, okay, so what we have here, I think we have a 300,000 allocation from the growing communities to, and I think we're still working out, you know, what we'll apply that to, because within their budget, there's a bunch of capital items in there as well. So I wasn't sure if, because we had, I think before, Mike, didn't you have it going up $25, and that's looks like it's been taken out?
Yeah, there was some growing communities funds added that accounted for a lot of it, and then we did get an assessment of their fleet. So if they were to buy used, they would need an average of 66,667 going into the reserve to fund that. And that doesn't include any of the equipment, but like I say, there could be future grants or anything else.
So where does the growing communities money show up on here?
The 15,000, line 2, on the second one down, government transfers.
15, but there's 300 from growing communities.
Yeah, that's 300 going into the capital side. This was, we had that discussion where we were going to offset some of the equipment in the,
Right, so
in
what
their
I'm saying
operating
is,
thing?
is in the 427, is growing communities embedded in there?
we originally allocated 320,000 from growing communities funds. And then recently, when we were looking at their budget, you wanted some more money allocated to offset some of the equipment purchases. That's where the 15 came from.
I know, where's the 300 though?
That's in the capital, if you
Where's that?
scroll
Next,
down.
Just scroll down a little bit.
No, I know, but in that you got requisition 427, government transfers 15.
Yeah.
The capital's got to show up as income somewhere.
And if you scroll, the capital is through the capital fund. So if you scroll down one more, there's the 300,000.
But where's the revenue showing up on the budget there?
The revenue shows up after the spend. So anytime in capital, you make the capital expenditure, and then we fund that out of the growing communities fund. So the only growing communities funds you see in the operating side of the books, funds are operating expenses, and that all their capital gets funded out of reserves or applicable grant funding. But that only shows up after the expenditure.
The other way.
So is there a way to use some of that 300 to increase the government transfers?
That would be up to the boards, how they want to allocate the growing communities fund.
Were you saying that that was originally part of the plan and then?
Yeah, the original plan was a 320,000
government transfer?
allocation, and then we've since added an additional 15. The additional 15 goes against their operating, but then the original 300 or 320 stays on the capital side.
So what I'm saying here, though, is that in the revenue here, when property requisition, the 320 from growing communities isn't showing up there.
The growing community, the original allocation was 300,000, and that went to fund the Cortez fire equipment replacement.
Yeah.
When we got their budget the other day, we added an additional $15,000 of the growing communities funds.
Yeah, I'm just, sorry, I'm just.
None of the capital revenue shows up in there. It's
Okay.
just like when we do the gardens, you're not going to see $64 million of revenue.
Right, okay, so the 427 is an operational requisition that's pretty stable with last year's, and it covers their operations, their equipment, whatever it be. Like, it's not accounting for stuff in the growing communities.
Correct. So they submitted, their budget is 374,000. And so on that, we added another bit of requisition to cover the 66,000 equipment capital reserve transfer.
Right.
And then we have some insurance and some contingencies for legal fees and everything else. But the bulk of the budget is the $66,000 transfer to the reserve and the 374 for the contract. And that's where you get the 427 requisition.
Okay, and in all that, it's like the requisition is fairly stable then, like it was, I can't remember going back there, but it was pretty minimal.
So you're saying the Cortez Fire Department budget ask was 376?
There's $374,390.
And then we're taxing 427 so that we can transfer money into reserves, and so that's 60,000, and then another 15,000 goes towards what?
We got $5,300 for insurance. We got $1,000 contingency for any professional fees, $700 contingency for legal fees, and combined property insurance and liability insurance of $3,709.
But the gap there, Mike, I think what he's saying is between the 375 they asked for and 427, part of that is to increase a transfer to reserve, is it not?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, if I can go to 60,000 next year on transfer reserves.
Okay.
And I think that will basically keep the budget for that neutral, like it's no increase. Whatever they paid last year, they'll pay this year.
Yeah, so lowering that, we'd reduce the budget by 1.2%.
Okay. All right, that's easy.
So function 250, are we done here, or is there?
Yeah, just
Yep.
we'll scroll next. Year.
Function 251, Cortez Island First Responder.
Oh, sorry, quick note too.
Yeah.
We're going to have to transfer an additional $6,500 from the operating reserve just because their current capital plan will be underfunded when we lower the capital reserve transfer.
What do we have for scroll up? What do we have for operating reserve there?
61.
No, the other way, Tom.
Yeah, we'll have 51,000 in the operating. There's lots of money in the operating.
Okay.
We just got to move some to capital.
Right, that's no problem.
Great, thank you. Now, maybe just quickly on this one, the Tyra Bay extension. So, you're saying here that the fire service is going to extend into Tiber Bay.
Where are you scrolling?
So this will increase the number of properties paying for the fire service.
Right there.
Is there any sort of ideas of when this is going to come into place and when those properties will start paying for the service?
So maybe just to clarify, we have no authority to be extending the boundaries into Tiber Bay at this point. And Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, we've been on the chief for quite a number of years to tell us when they're ready to pull the lever on that, and they have not indicated they're ready at this point. Is that correct?
We are much closer than we've been in previous years. I'm expecting a letter in the next 3 months, but that'll have to go through the board. And I think Eli just needs to chat with 2 owners at the very end of the road because there's still some egress issues there. But I did tell him, we can always do most of Tiber Bay and bring the rest in later. So
Right, so we're looking at potentially opening up Tiber Bay in the next few months. Yeah.
I hope.
So how would that affect our tax requisition for 2024, or would those properties not pay until 2025?
Well, if I can answer, I don't believe any of that is in the current budget estimates or in the assessment estimates. So if that was to actually happen, as opposed to just, maybe happen, but if that does come to the board, we'll provide an analysis of what that might look like in terms of additional assessment base going forward. Now, of course, it's too late to include that for 2024 for taxation purposes. That deadline's come and gone, so we'd be looking at, if that was to happen in 2024, we'd be looking at a 2025 increase to the tax base for the fire department.
That's the financial requisition. We can provide the service.
We can provide the service, we
So,
just
but we
cannot.
can't collect the tax. So I don't know, does anyone know plus or minus what the cost is going to be to provide additional fire service out there?
0.
0. Okay, well, there you go. So let's say we expanded the area to include them in 2024. We wouldn't collect any tax requisition from those folks. We would provide the service, and then 2025, they would be included in the overall tax requisition. How many homes are out there? Properties? Just
30 to 35.
Okay, right, okay, so it's just about tax collection. If it's not gonna cost us any, they'll get the service, won't have to pay for it, they'll pay in 2025.
So in 2025, barring all other additional costs, by adding more properties and the cost being 0, it's technically going to bring the tax
little
requisition
bit.
down for everybody by expanding.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah. More customers, the better. Okay.
Okay,
Sean,
first responder.
responders.
I don't have any changes there. Happy with that.
All right, there you go, that's easy.
I know that's been a valuable service on Cortez. Function 374, refuse disposal. I had a question about how does the flat annual fee for commercial users work?
Separate function. So the subsequent function is the flat annual fee, and that is essentially the operation, so that covers our contracted costs with the collection contractor. This is just for disposal, so the
This is
items-
just tipping fees.
Yeah, so the items that are at the waste transfer station, when they come to the Cumberland landfill, it's the cost to dispose of them at that location.
Sorry, one real quick. For this one, we do have originally there's a bylaw that we were collecting $9,999 from some commercial entities. One of them has since gone, so we're collecting the 8286, but all that was governed by a bylaw. Yeah.
So for that bylaw, you'll see some comments at the bottom of the page. There was a board resolution sent to CSWM for them to investigate whether or not it is up to the SRD to set those fees, because typically it is the CSWM that sets disposal fees. And the fees that we're charging those commercial customers are for disposal. They bring their waste to the land transfer station directly. So there's a bit of a impasse, or we're just not too sure who's responsible for that.
For setting the fees.
For setting the fees for those 8 commercial entities who bring waste to the transfer station.
So we collect the fees, but CSWM sets the fees.
Well, there's a dispute, not from us. We say we don't have the authority to set the fees. We're telling them, set the fees, and these things need to be modified.
Fees are set in a bylaw that has not been updated since early 2000. So the fees are not, potentially not covering the cost to dispose of the waste that those commercial entities are bringing. But because we have no scale or tracking at the facility, we really don't know how much waste those customers are even bringing, which is part of the
Yeah, we're a little
complexity.
puzzled because we have a legal opinion says we don't have the legal authority to change those fees. We all agree that they need to be changed. So for our perspective, it's like, okay, guys, modify the bylaw, change the fees.
This is a CSWM bylaw.
Yeah.
So I can go to CSMW meeting and say, I want a staff report on increasing the fees to make sure they're covering the cost.
Good luck.
We're seeing progress there. We're seeing progress there. I'm actually feeling hopeful on that board.
Yeah. But we, just so you know, whatever they say to you, we have a legal opinion saying we do not have the legal authority to do that. So we support that this bylaw needs to be amended. It's archaic and it individually identifies businesses that don't even exist anymore. But they have to do it.
But we're not getting any revenue from it right now.
We are.
We are, you see the
So can you
82.
just explain to me how that, CSMW collects the revenue and gives it to us, or?
So the fees are set in a bylaw. Each of those individual commercial entities have a specific price that is unique to that entity. We send out those bills like a user invoice, essentially the same way a resident would for their collection. We use that to offset the cost of tipping that we pay, which is one big lump sum. So that both the waste that is brought from our commercial contractor, what residents bring themselves, and what these commercial entities drop off at the transfer station comes as one invoice from CSWM from the tipping fees. So in theory,
Correct me if I'm wrong, what you see up there is, so again, we have a transfer station there that our contractor contributes to, residents drop off their stuff, and then is it 8 commercial customers or do? And that 8 commercial customers you see up here, you see 76,972 is collected from requisition, 8286 is that flat lump sum bill we send to these 8 commercial customers, so that comes into revenue.
That we send.
we send the bill.
We send the bill, we collect the money. We want to change that number. That's the issue, that bylaw. So we send out these 8 customers this bill for $8,200. That comes in as revenue, and collectively, all that revenue, the 90-some thousand dollars, that pays our collective tipping fee on Cortez. So here's the rub of this. You've got these 8 commercial customers, of which you have more than 8 commercial customers. So let's say the 9th unnamed commercial customer is bringing their stuff in and not paying anything. We have, as Mike said, one of the identified commercial customers doesn't even exist anymore. And so they were named by names and rates. So some of them don't exist anymore and others have been created. So the ones that have been created aren't paying anything. If they have a house on Cortez, which I assume they pay through that. So we're trying to have the Comox Solid Waste amend the bylaw to make sure all commercial customers are paying and make sure they're paying an appropriate rate. You could be generating a lot of waste as a commercial customer on Cortez, and if you're a business that is not one of the 8, you're not paying anything.
So this is me making a motion at CSWM saying, can we update the bylaw to
reflect the commercial rates on Cortez, I guess, is a high level.
We have not received a response from their board, the letter from our board asking them to do so. So we're waiting on that as well.
So, and where that's going to benefit residents, that $8,200 number should be much higher.
Yeah.
And that will offset
Yeah.
the residents' number.
Yeah. Can I get a copy of that letter?
Yeah. But just know in your back pocket, if they argue with that, we have a legal opinion that says we don't have the authority to do it, or else we just do it, right?
We don't have the legal authority. So what would happen if we just did it?
Well, I guess we always be challenged, right?
By the commercial user?
Well, the trick is because it's a specific amount, in theory, linked to the amount of waste they're generating, we have no oversight as to what those individual entities are bringing in. So it'd be very difficult for us to set a rate unless we set a flat fee, which could be inequitable, right? So there's some complexity there that results from it being, not having a scale at the site, not having the same type of staffed depot as the transfer station like in Campbell,
So
for
back in
example.
the day, they would have just identified these 9 customers and said, okay, well, you run this business, I guess, and go, okay, well, you should pay $1,500 or whatever that be. There's no scale. There's no way to monitor how much they're bringing in, right? So then they pay their whatever rate, and you don't know how much they're bringing in, right? There's no scale.
So we don't get separate numbers for tipping fees as far as the bucket that's
No.
the commercial waste? Because there is a separate bin for
The
renovations.
no
and-
scale is the problem, yeah.
Renovations can be done by residents or commercial entities, right? So unless there was a commercial bin, and then how do you confirm that it's coming from the commercial entity and not that same person's residence, personal
individual
garbage, right?
dirty.
So it's, and if there was a scale at the site, it would make a big
Yeah.
difference, but it would increase staffing, and scale costs aren't cheap either.
Right, and would that be our responsibility or CSWM?
CSWM.
Okay, I'm going to get a scale.
A few bathroom scales and line them up.
Thanks, Tom, for getting that letter.
Yeah.
I mean,
James is well versed in it. We've had numerous,
Yeah.
and he's not being difficult about it, but it's just like, you guys do something. And in the meantime, I would say residents are offsetting the cost
Yeah.
of commercial business. Yeah.
Big time.
And I don't know how old, this thing is really old. There must be new commercial businesses over there that aren't listed on the.
And what would, honestly, what would be just the real risk of us just increasing these fees?
Well,
someone's gonna come back and say,
the
"No,
risk
sorry,
is
I
the
paid-"
risk is not with us. It's we don't run solid waste. It's not our job. Those guys just amend the bylaw. There, you run solid waste there. Just amend the bylaw. And it's also a little challenging for us when we get a lawyer saying you can't do this. So when we bring a report to the board saying we're amending the bylaw, then somebody's going to go, the lawyer says you can't do this. What are you doing?
We
So-
don't run the site, we don't operate the site, we just dump collected garbage there.
We have no business doing the bylaw, it's them, right?
All right.
And so I'd push them to say, just amend the bylaw, what's the problem? If it's, you're worried about your level of authority, you run the solid waste function.
Okay, I'm going to get that bylaw amended.
we also lack all the data to determine what those fees should be, so it would be a bit of a shot in the dark, which isn't typically how I would recommend we set
Yeah.
fees.
Okay, thank you.
So correct me if I'm wrong, if somebody could run let's say a renovation business on Cortez, start it tomorrow, which generates a lot of waste, they would just bring it there.
They're directed to not receive renovation waste, but, and they have changed management companies. The previous management contractor did say, oh, well, sometimes, someone's grandma died and they had a house full of junk and I felt bad for them, so I just let them do it. So there was, a bit of that happening before, but, we don't, it's all CSWM who runs it and manages it.
So is there also potential for that contractor to identify more? Is that part of the,
But potentially, we'd have to talk to CSWM about that, about what is in that contract. We're not even part of that negotiations. So,
okay, I'll follow up with CSWM after I get the letter from Tom, thanks. So there's really nothing here we can do in the budget, this is just basically tipping fees.
It's tipping fees, and we're estimating it too, of course, right? We don't know exactly what the tipping fee will be, it depends how much waste is generated.
Yeah.
Yeah. So refuse collection.
Okay, 376.
I'm sure Gina, this is collection, it's contract service.
yeah, collection contracted out to our, as we were talking about it at lunch, our 684 dwellings across a smaller number of improved properties. And so these fees basically just align with what our contracted rates are with the collection contractor. And as you recall, last year, we had to do a bit of a transfer to reserves to fund that glass pilot. And we are still waiting from Recycle BC to find out if we were successful in maintaining the incentive that they provide. We have not heard back yet from them. So if they deem that we were unsuccessful and reduce the incentive, that difference will need to be made up in user fees. So we might
Do
see
you have
some
an
changes
update there,
mid-year.
Wolfgang?
Tina and I have been speaking about this. We don't anticipate that there will be, that those incentives will be taken away from us. We'll keep pushing for them to give us an answer. That I don't know why this is taking so long. Or the latest answer that we received from them is they're going to get back to us in January 2024. So we're waiting for that so we can write a staff report that provides all these details.
Okay, so for 2023, we did receive revenue from Recycle BC. Where is that in the budget?
That would be under the sales of service.
Sales of services.
No, yeah. Here in a sec.
So where's the tax requisition
So
number?
you got, your requisition is 98,000 there. You got a transfer from.
Quick one for this one. Yeah, we don't have a requisition for this one. It's all done by the sales of service and all the user rates. We use the operating reserve just in case there's any, because tipping fees are typically hard to estimate.
Okay, right. So these are, the reason there's no tax requisition is because people got a separate bill for this, basically.
Yeah, correct. It's 100% tipping fees, or, user fees.
Okay. Something I was chatting with some folks with before we started this meeting online, I'd just like to do publicly. Understanding that the users went from 673 to 684 over the last year. That's right, Mike?
Correct.
And, to my common sense, that would indicate, certainly a sense of increased dwellings that are on Cortez. Is that fair, Mike?
Yeah, it would be increased users, which assumably would be from increased dwellings.
So could we not make the argument to BC Housing that this is an indicator of new builds? I know it's not perfectly accurate, but it obviously shows that there are new builds happening.
Just if I may, most of those are not new builds. They were
Yeah.
secondary properties on an existing customer that had not previously been identified by the service. I don't think, I've seen about
Yeah.
2 that are new builds in the last 2 years that were added to the service. All of the other
That's a
increases
good
are-
try and segue. That there's no chance that flies. But to get back to the science of it, like the problem was the count, how the count originally happened, and that's the difficult. Like, was the original count accurate, right? And I think the problem was it wasn't accurate, and so then the contractor goes around and picks up waste from everybody and goes, we said the count was 800, but I'm picking up homes from 850. So those new homes are homes that were never originally accounted for. You agree?
And even the count from the contractor wasn't 100% correct. We actually have to go and verify. We did an audit. We just have to drive around and look at these properties to confirm that what the contractor was telling us was correct.
Building service.
Not going to happen, unfortunately, at Cortez. Okay. I guess you don't have anything else there.
Yeah.
Moving on to house numbering, nothing there.
No.
Community parks. One thing I would like just request from the community based on the dog bylaw questions and movements on Cortez is just wanting to get some signs at our parks, just making it clear what the dog rules are. Is that possible? And can that be included in this year's budget?
Likely not specifically. We don't have regulatory bylaws that govern pretty much any of your parks in Electoral B at this time. We're working on parks regulatory bylaws for each of the separate EAs. So until that time, when we determine what is appropriate and acceptable to the community with respect to regulating dogs, off-leash, on-leash, whatever that might be, we wouldn't be in a position to put up signage regarding dogs.
What about for the parks where we do have bylaws in place already?
That's one park.
Could we do it for that one park?
Sure.
That'd be awesome.
Actually, that's already required. That's actually already in the queue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah,
So
I actually think I emailed you that.
Yeah, we talked about it. I just want to make it public. That's awesome. I think, even having that one up, people would kind of make an assumption that it would apply to the others, whether it does or not, is just going to help amend some of that tension on the island.
Just because we're talking about it now, so your interpretation is that people would feel it appropriate to require leashing of dogs in all Cortez parks?
I would say leashing or under control,
Okay.
I think would be appropriate. But whatever the bylaw is that we do already have in place, let's roll with that and just get a sign up. And then I think there might be some assumption that it's the same for other parks. The Carrington picnic table project, was that just like a picnic table there?
Yeah, I think there were 2 that went in, yeah.
Okay, do you know what the cost on that was?
Around,
Less than 10?
yeah, less than 10, yeah. I don't have the figure right in front of me.
And I see,
That came, was that out of minor capital? Minor capital, your existing minor capital budget for 2023.
okay. And I see for 2024, replacing or upgrades to the pit toilet replacement upgrades.
Yeah.
Do you have any more details on what is that? What it's going to look like?
We're currently investigating a replacement for the existing pit toilet, which is inaccessible. It's completely unusable at this time. So we are exploring options to replace that with something that is more appropriate with a better lifespan.
Right, okay. So it's the access that's the issue there now? I used that toilet a couple months, like 6 weeks ago. It is, it is pretty rough toilet, but it is, sort of an outhouse in the woods.
Yeah, I think there was two, and now there's only one.
Yeah.
So it's the one that is no longer used,
Okay, so there is one there. Was that just like a community-made one or something?
more or less, yes. And somebody fell through it.
Okay, did they? Lovely. Does FOCI manage most of the park stuff on Cortez as far as trails and things? Can you just give us a bit of an explanation on like how the management currently works?
Yeah, primarily most of our key parks are contracted out to FOCI. We have a couple exceptions to that, but very minor in nature. Those are done through our procurement process, and we have a term for each contract and a value amount, and we get invoiced on a monthly basis, and we pay those out. Their contract is specific as to the duties that they are required to provide for each of the parks, and where there's things outside of that scope, they bring those to the attention of our parks technician, and then we discuss those internally.
Great. I wonder if there's been any exploration. I know certainly for Carrington, it is a place often where there are group gatherings, and I'm wondering if there's precedent for user groups through FOCI paying a fee for if they want to have some kind of a event there, picnic, family event, or whatever. Is that something that has been ever used in other parks, and is that something that we might be able to explore?
Yeah, to date, we haven't done that in any of the parks with anywhere in the regional district, so we would need to create, that would have to be included in a bylaw that there's a permit requirement, so you would apply for the permit and an associated fee, and then how we go about collecting those fees. But, I mean, it would be
Technically possible.
doable.
Yeah. So something I would ask the staff report for. And
Yeah, depending on,
yeah.
which parks you're interested in, and we could explore options for that. The issue with a lot of these, though, is that they're quite remote, and there's not always eyes on the park to know that people are planning activities or having activities, and so how do we regulate that, right? That's one of the most difficult things.
Yeah. I think it would just decrease some of the tension in the community, because I know these parks do get used by groups sometimes that they plan events, and then somebody shows up and they're like, I didn't know this event was here, or this group's not, they're using the park but not really contributing for it, and they're using it as like a place where they might even sell tickets and stuff for, and just, but I can ask for a staff report in the new year for that. Thank you. I think that's all I have for parks.
Generally, you can hear when the rave's going on.
The rave, yeah, that's one of them, yeah. I did have, actually, sorry, back on 3.7, on refuse disposal tipping fees. Do we have a transfer reserves of 10,000 there? Sorry, I just looked at my notes here, I want to back up. Where was it?
For 376, we have a reserve, but we're currently not transferring anything into it.
So sorry, this is 374. We have a transfer from reserves for 2023 of 9,000, and then nothing for 2024. I'm wondering if we can transfer 5,000 from reserves for this year's budget.
That you want to transfer it into the
Yeah, so we.
Into it? Yeah.
Yes, we did 9,000 last year, go 5,000 this year.
Yep, will do.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're gonna blow me back after all that.
And then community halls, I understand these have not, we don't have updated budgets from the community halls yet. Could I get an update there?
We've just recently received the updated budgets. We haven't vetted them yet, so I don't know what we're at exactly, but if you just give me a second here, I'll try to quickly add those to.
Have we not added like a 3% to last year's to show what we got here?
Yeah, but we didn't use their proposed 2024 budget.
Yeah, just looking at the service comments, Cortez Hall budgets propose a budget increase of 12,660 for both the halls and service, which is not reflected in the budget.
Yeah.
So is that what you're?
I just want to confirm that because we've received a couple different versions.
Okay, thanks. And then maybe while you're doing that, Aniko, Mike, noticing that 2024 budget includes $20,000 carry forward of Quadra Island Community Hall Assessment Project. I assume that's just something that was put in accidentally?
On the notes, yeah.
So 91, that's 91.9 together here. What are they asking for? What's the budget for this year, Mike?
92,694. I want to go to 682 there, Tom. The top of 682.
It looks like combined, their 2024 ask is 91,960.
We did a flat 3% increase for that one.
So we're pretty much in line. What you see there is, again, within 1,000 or so of what they're requesting, so.
That also funds the reserve transfer, Dave. Currently, our operating assumption is 81,679.
Okay, and I'm happy to decrease the reserve from 10 to 5 on this one.
Yeah, so those figures provided in the comment section are accurate.
That 12,660. And that, Mike, you're saying that's not in this budget yet? Or are you able to put that in?
Sorry, what was that number again?
12,660.
Is that on top of the 91, Aniko, you just said?
No, the total ask together for both is that 64,135 and 27,825 for a total of $91,960.
Okay, so we've got 92 and 10 of that's transfer reserve, so 87. So the requisition has to go up about, what, 5, 6?
What's your total number again now? 91? So the requisition has to go up to 97,975, accounting for the $5,000 reserve transfer.
And we have 30.
That's a reduction in reserve transfer, right, Mike, from 10 to 5?
Correct.
So that includes that.
Yeah, so that would be a 9.5% increase over the prior year.
And we have 30,000 reserves right now for like a $90,000 budget. Maybe,
Yeah.
I'm going to maybe bring reserves down to 0 for this year. And I know, hopefully we're going to get the heat pump into the Manson's Hall, and that's going to decrease some of their operating costs, and we'll reevaluate next year.
Yeah, going down to 0, then your requisition increase of 3.9%.
Okay, great. Nice. So, Mike, were you able to sort of give me, I don't know if you're doing this live, but give me an update on what the increase is now? I know we were looking at initially, what was it, $14 or something?
Go, yeah, keep scrolling. Yeah, what's it say under solid waste right there? Right there. You're gonna be almost bang on it, basically. Where's community halls? You're gonna be looking at, it's gonna be $3 and change. So it's gonna be almost what that is. Because he had baked into this 3%, right, Mike?
Yeah.
And that was 3.9, so call it $4.
Do you have an update on the,
$10.98.
sorry, what?
$10.98.
Instead of $14.75? Okay. Which represents a what percent increase?
Well, those are just single participant though,
Yeah.
remember? So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
$10 on the single
Yeah,
participant. So
it also doesn't include the business case from yesterday,
Right.
so we'll have to add that in, but I'll have those numbers for you in January.
Okay. Great.
And then, I don't know if this one is different, 697, because we had this discussion with Rob, and I'm assuming this one predates us all, again, the same as Heritage Conversation. None of us were around when this bylaw was established. I don't know what the intent or the purpose of it is. It's a bylaw that allows us to do something. We've done nothing. I don't know if you have an interest in it or some plans. At the regional district, we have an allocation policy of $250 a year minimum. So that's why you see $252. So it's not doing anything. I don't know. I mean, we can produce the bylaw and tell you what you can do in it. I don't know if you have any thoughts or ideas about if there's something in this you'd like to do, or just leave it as it is, or, get rid of it. I don't know.
I don't know, unless there's something creative we can do around like building housing or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll create some housing out of a heritage building or so. I don't know. Yeah. There's no real harm in just keeping it there. Just, what's that?
I don't think we can use heritage buildings for housing.
I don't know. But like, it's just kind of neutral. There's, it's $250. It hangs in there as a service, maybe to be something around heritage conversation. So,
Typically, heritage conservation is all about putting in place regulations to prevent private owners of these properties from demolishing,
Yeah,
from
yeah.
doing something
The-
catastrophic.
The one maybe positive I can say about keeping it is, let's say there was a heritage building that wanted to be saved and there was some grant funding for it available at some point, we could get it and apply it to this, but I don't know. I don't know why it was ever there, so there's not much harm in just
Yeah.
keeping it. It's $250, so,
Okay.
and that's it. So, yeah, like Mike says, we'll put that stuff into the blender and get assessments and see what happens there. And, but you're likely gonna see something very similar, to what you've got now. We're gonna-
Sounds like a
pretty
little bit
close.
less.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all depends on what assessments do. I mean, that's a big
Right.
impact, right? So if there's shift between the classes or anything else, those are
Okay.
your property values. So it's Canberra River.
But doesn't would that, no matter what the properties are assessed values, that doesn't decrease or change the amount that they're gonna pay? This is the number per thousand that changes.
Yeah, so like say if your property, if your tax base increases at a faster rate than Campbell River, for all the shared services, like any of your, like the general admin service, those taxes would shift from Campbell River over to you, or vice versa, if Campbell River goes up higher than you go up, or something happens with any of the utilities or managed forest lands, which can get affected by provincial legislation. So it's a bit of a crapshoot till early January, but these numbers as is gives you a true comparison of just the requisition impact from one year to another. And then we'll see what the tides bring in for assessments.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's unlikely there's going to be a material change to it. A couple years ago, we were talking about this, Robin, is that the increase in residential assessments have been outpacing commercial forestry, and so the shift in taxes has gone more to residential. And one year we saw a tax shift in there, and it was significant increases to everyone, just because it was more in residential than anything else. But I doubt something as significant as that is going to happen. That was such a big shift a few years ago that I don't think at the end of the day you're going to see much material change from what you see today. All right, you're
Great.
good.
Thank you
Yeah,
all.
Thank you, appreciate the input. Yeah,
That's a wrap.
yeah.
And I assume, if there are things that I do want to make changes after we've had these conversations, I'm thinking about things I can email that to you.
Yeah, email them. Hopefully there's not 14 of them or stuff, because what we'll try and do now is put all this stuff, we got to run year-end numbers and revenues and put assessments in there. But if there's small tweaks along the way that come to mind, let us know as early as possible. Because we'd like to get as much in there by the 24th, have it pretty darn close. And ideally, at the February meeting, that would be a good time to adopt the bylaw. So anything you got or think of, let us know as soon as possible.
Okay.
All right.
This is in the chart. Here was the big year. So back in the day, it was 91 point, whatever that number is for your residential assessment. Then you see the housing values on Cortez start shooting up. So just in a individual service, all the tax, and then there's the managed forest from 3.3 to 3. It had a huge effect because all that's going from acres and acres of managed forest to 900 and some odd properties, whatever you got, or 876, right? So that was a big shift in there. So even you had some services back in the day that were absolutely steady, no change in requisitions. So the homeowners all saw a big pop. Wondered why. And then even like all the as far as property assessments, right? Vancouver and Victoria, they shoot up first, and then Nanaimo and then the bigger. And then, it slowly went from the bigger jurisdictions over to the smaller ones. So you guys were always last in the line, but this assessment data is like up to 18 months old, so even though property values are kind of like up right now, we're still probably going to see an increase there. So I'm thinking 2024 is probably going to hit you again, but we'll see.
What's the other?
Other is just a combination of all the other classes. So I took the three major classes in there, but for you, it would be. So you got area B, so you got residential, utilities, light industry, business and other, managed forest, recreation, and farms. And it's all converted, but as you see, essentially, they give it different, each class different weightings. There's your 93%. So essentially that, so you have like,
Percent is business and other.
yeah. And so, like I say, so when your residential is about like 20-30% a year, your business and other, we're going up to 12% of the year. So they all got a tax break, while your residence has got more tax, right?
So managed forest land, if, let's say Mosaic sells or gives a huge chunk of land to parks or something.
Yeah, so if it converted from one class to another, but what these guys do is managed forest lands is relatively cheap, right? So they convert all their stuff into managed forest lands, they pay no taxes the year before, then they change it to business and commercial, and then they sell it because you can't sell managed forest, right? So it's just like you sit on like a farmland a long time before you can't sell a farmland because it's in the, so you convert the very last year, and you only pay taxes higher than the one last year.
So is there a way for us to know when they've done that conversion? Does it, like,
No, individually it would all be there. I mean, you could go to BC Assessment or FOI and individual properties with BC Assessment.
because there would be an advantage for us if we know that they're trying to do that. We could like do what we can to like convince people not to buy it for a year and get a huge.
Yeah, well, they probably have the sale lined up and then they can do the conversion, right? So everything's lined up and then they do the paperwork and then they go bango and it's just gone, right? But a lot of these tree farms and everything else, right? They say, well, a lot of the farms, they say the low rates. And then you can switch to this the very last year, switch over, and then boom, you save on all those taxes. That's another reason why they do, you read for your business and everything else, right? You say like, no, because the businesses pay a much higher rate.
The commercial.
Yeah, commercial, right? So say you have a back office that's worth like 10% of your thing, you go to BC Assessment and be like, no, like 50, 60, 70% of my business is actually residential where I live. So that actually lowers your rate. You save on these business taxes. And then, or like I say, the big ones with farmlands, like when you drive through like, Richmond and all over there, all those huge multi-million-dollar estates on farm. They actually had to crack down on that because you would have this entire farm, and they'd be getting farm rates, which is dirty cheap. And then these multi build their pools and everything else, and they're putting farm gas into their Lexus, driving all around town, they're saving on the carbon tax. So it's just
Interesting. Can you tell like what can you look up a property and see what they're paying taxes?
inside the area, it's hard for there, so we don't get too much data on that. But yeah, pretty much what we sent over. But it's really hard. I mean, it's all because it's got like freedom of information and stuff like that. Like even if you're starting to pay like homeowner grants and whatnot, all that's like personal. But yeah, technically you could go to the city or the province or whatnot and say, because it's all supposed to be public information, and say this property, give me the owner. But the only thing in BC, you don't have to put your legal name in there. So even for your, if you own a property over there, you just go create a company called MV Limited, PO box, whatever, and there's no way to actually trace that to Morgan Connection unless you actually looked up the registration of the company and go there. BC Assessment might not have a way, but like say if we go to the North Shore of Vancouver, it's all numbered companies that own all the houses. Russian oligarchs or whoever else is there actually own the thing, and you can't easily figure out who owns it because they say it's the whole company, or you could change the registered owner to your lawyer, like, and they would get all the correspondence. So there's a lot of the shenanigans that goes on.
Annika, what about the idea of having all
That's all right. So what I've been saying to the other folks is, so we've been through a process of, we did surpluses in October, trying to give everyone a line of sight on what the year end is looking at, see if there's any, real tragedies that we're running into. It was looking very well. So then we narrowed down the scope and the timeline in the regional services, the shared services, and now the individual single participant services, and put more of our year-to-date estimates, refine them a little bit, and to give you, even a better sense of what you're looking at individually. So you've been on gardens, you've been on board, you've been on shared services. Now it's just you. So we'll run through the individual single participant services. So these are just yours. So the graphs that we'll show you, maybe we can scroll to that overall one, Tom, again, and look at us, what we're looking at as a whole. So, yeah, a little farther. Oh, I can't get it all in one. You get too many services. Okay, I just want to see that number. So net, this is single participant services. It's looking at 7853 addition per home this year, but that's contingent on us running through here and getting some input from you and seeing what we can tweak about that. Now, of that $78 or $73, you can see 152 of it is fire. So if we didn't have the fire, you'd be going down $75. So take fire out of it. The net of this is you actually have in single participant services a reduction in taxes per year. But the fire is a big slug in there. So take that out. The rest of them are looking really fantastic. We made some adjustments as per discussion with you about the parks, transfer reserve. But again, we'll talk about the fire, but the rest of them looking as a whole really good. So let's start off here and talk about grant and aids, and then I'll work our way down, get your comments on them. So grants and aid, I think it looks like you had about close to a $50,000 budget in that, mid-40s. I would say you stayed pretty much on track with that. And to maintain that level there, status quo basically, and you've got, a $45,000 float in grants and aid. So from our perspective, looking at what you've tried to maintain, we're keeping that mid-40s level and keeping the requisition, in fact, goes down a little bit. You can see from 33,000 down to 26, and you still have the 45,000 in grant and aid. So you're pretty healthy there. Yep. Your requisition goes down, so.
But we're still showing almost a $20,000.
You get a $26,000 requisition, but that's lower than it was last year. Your requisition 33 last year, so we're actually reducing the cost per home price and maintaining your about $45,000 grant and aid balance. So that one's a reduction.
Yeah, just real quick, the 2024 requisition just represents the 2023 spend. So this year we have 27,150 spent to date, and then next year is the 26,000. The difference is just a bit of a fluctuation in surplus.
So if you wanted to, I don't know what kind of float you'd like in that. If you wanted a less of that, you can lower it. You can keep it as it is, which is a reduction already.
Yeah, no, I think we're good, and it
Good,
gives
yeah.
us flexibility and
Yeah, money's not going anywhere, so, yeah. All right. Feasibility studies, did we do any Area D? So we've got a fairly healthy, Tom, you keep flipping that on me.
Service goals?
Okay, so we have really no requisition at all this year. We have our carry forwards from last year and our surplus there, and which is quite healthy. So I don't think we need to bolster that number any further.
there is one study that I would like to have done this year. Or
Good.
next year.
Excellent. So that's good. You got lots of money. What you want to tell us what that is? And
I would like to take a look at if there's an opportunity to connect the south end of town to
water.
water. And
Okay, that.
I don't know, I mean, it could be very complicated.
Oh, sorry, sorry, there, Mike. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm quite interested to see what it would look like if we could connect the south end of town to the water system and say goodbye to the Comox Valley.
Yeah. Okay. Would that you think that fall under feasibility?
If it's a new service, definitely. If we're talking about extending an existing service, not necessarily.
Yeah.
Right.
But there's nothing to say it couldn't be spent as if it was going to be a new service, and then at the last minute, oh, it fits better. with
Right.
something.
Right. Okay.
We can certainly look into what's where the capital cost would be to extend the pipe network and potentially buy the infrastructure that's already existing off of CVRD. But the first thing that I think we should do is start negotiations with the city of Campbell River to see if they even have capacity. They have expressed some concerns about protecting their capacity, and we're actually set to decrease our consumption in 2024 under our current bulk water contract from what we're currently at. So they're actually restricting our capacity. We will need to renegotiate that contract for 2025. So we'll be starting those discussions mid this year. So we can start with that, but I would suggest we need to understand their willingness to increase
Okay, I'm
their
just
sales
going to
volumes to us.
interject here, though, because this is just financial planning. There's no harm in throwing a slug of money in there. If it doesn't pan out, it's just carried forward and put in reserve. We could do like 30,000. You don't have to requisition anything to get the 30 because you got 75 in there. And if it doesn't happen or it's not feasible, there's no opportunity, it just stays in the function.
Yeah, I think it's important, though, to, have that on the book, because again, when we take a look at, we're paying 2 water bills, are we getting value from one versus the other?
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
no
and
problem.
all of those things. And it would be interesting to see what it would look like if we had an additional, 1,032 recipients on for Campbell River system, because we know that consumption is going to go down with the water meters, which, as we start rolling them out. So
Yeah.
I think it'd be kind of proactive to take a look at that and see,
Yeah,
is there
no, I
a
agree.
possibility?
I agree. And again, no harm. You don't need to increase requisition for it. We can just put a number in there.
And just for my records, last year we had talked about a Strathcona Lodge fire service. Is that still on the table, or?
Right now, I want to have a meeting with the folks up on the Upper Campbell Lake, probably in January, and just, touch base with them again and see where we're at.
Is that with respect to the electrification project or the fire service or both?
Take it, go back and get their feelings. I know that some people were putting some thought into the fire service, and it would also give us an opportunity to touch base with them again on, the hydro, and see if there's still interest in that before we.
So I don't know if that would affect the numbers currently shown in the budget. There's a fair slug of money there, but if the water study is going to consume all of it, then we might want to think about it.
I think ballpark put 30 in there again. If we were going to do something that, we'd probably also apply for a planning grant that'd help it. So if, as a placeholder, you want to put something else in there, and if it's not spent, it's no harm.
Yeah, I think as a placeholder, and I think right now, if we were looking at the water study, I mean, right now would be a fairly high-level study.
Yeah.
We're looking more at, is it even possible?
Yeah, no, exactly. So did you want us to just populate for the fire or electrification as well, or? Again, without the intent of doing anything through requisition, we already have 75 grand in there.
No, I think we're good with that. We bump it up to 30, and I think we're good with that. And then that should,
30, 30 for water?
for the water study.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all good. All right.
Just clarify, so we're going to add 30,000 requisition?
Not requisition, we're gonna.
Because earmarked of the 75? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so Campbell River Fire. So again, this is one of those flow-through services, contract through Campbell River that they send us a budget number, and not a whole lot of discussion there. So as you can see, it's gone from 513 last year to 695. And is this a recent request, Mike, or is it, based on that 10-year plan we got several years ago? Or when did you get this 695 number?
This would be a recent one, so they recently changed their allocation, and so that actually affected 2023, which came in a little higher than we originally budgeted, and then going forward, their operating will be a bit higher. As far as capital, that's going to be 2026, so you're going to see there's a big spike to the requisition. We're also draining the reserves, but that is just to meet their currently projected budget. Ultimately, it's going to depend on how they fund the fire service. So if they fund it with debt, that's going to spread it out. If they pull from reserves or if it gets deferred. So going forward, what we're looking at here is a 35.4% increase this year. And we have 100,000 going to the reserve because eventually that fire will get spent. And you have about 400,000 after this year to kind of offset that.
Do we, sorry, I just ask a quick question. Do we have a commitment to fund capital, or is the amount we give them every year including the capital?
Yeah, we fund essentially 6.83% of their.
But on top of that, so of the 695 you got here for 2024, does that include our capital contribution?
Yeah, exactly
So-
right. So they have a capital contribution baked into their contract. Their contract is 564,000. We're taking an additional 100,000 just so we could take the hit in 2026.
Okay, so this transfer to reserve we have, that's our own reserve, that 100 grand?
Exactly right. And then you can
we
see in the
could-
2026 budget, I have 634,000 coming out of the reserve. And
To
so
go where?
to go towards that fire.
Oh, so we have to collect it, then give it to them?
Yeah, we're collecting it ahead of it, and then even in 2026, the requisition will spike as is, and we'll drain the reserves just to hit our share of the
So
fire.
that 100,000 we've got transferred to reserves, that is to pay our share of the capital upgrade?
Yeah, in 2021, we started increasing the operating reserve. This is all in the operating reserve. So starting in 2020 or 2021, we got word that the fire was getting billed. So we started to increase the reserve transfers since then. So for 2024, because of the big increase, we're just holding it steady. But the plan is by the time 2026 rolls around, we're going to have 634,000 that we could put towards the bill that year. But that'll also require a requisition increase.
Is that because you're anticipating a pretty big bill in 2026?
Yeah, their current budget shows the budget going from 700,000 in 2025 to 1.8 million in 2026, and then 2027 it'll drop back down to 714,000.
Right, okay, thanks.
However, they're assuming that they're going to fund everything out of a reserve contribution, so that all the expenses are going to hit at once. If they fund it with debt, that'll spread it out. Or instead of requisitioning that, we could probably look to MFA for some short-term debt to spread it out as well, or try and collect more money in reserves, but.
So one comment on this budget is that the new fire chief for the city of Kamloops River has indicated a desire to transition to a fixed rate contract. Now, we don't know what that means, of course, but just a word to the wise that, our projections might change as a result of that. Who knows? So the board did say after it looked at the study that was done for the area D fire protection that they wanted to consider a new structure for the fire contract. Again, what that will all mean, who knows? But that might come about before 2026, in which case we have new numbers to look at. Who knows?
Just my comments on it is that it sounds like there's going to be a renewal of the fire contract. Is that correct?
Well, we've been instructed to, refresh it. It's very old. It doesn't say a lot, but it says you contribute this. Like, there's not a lot of detail in it.
Yes. And you shared that with me earlier this year. And the thing that I think is concerning for folks in Area D is that we know the increase is coming, but what's the reason for it? And when we took a look at that agreement, there was supposed to be some detailed accounting that we don't seem to be getting on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah, I think, so what, you know, it's their figures that they give to us, but to help justify that, it's that capital build that's coming in 2026. So in order for us to not have a massive increase in 2026, Mike's putting away reserves so he can plug that. So you can see in 2026, he's got 1.8 million dollars. So he's going to have 600 and change in the bank.
Yep.
So he can offset that, so we don't have, a doubling of
And
rate.
is that the new fire hall?
Yeah, yeah.
And just to point out, we have a big increase even in 2025 right now. I have our internal reserve going to 225, but like I say, we'll see their budget next year and whether or not they defer that or
And
say,
we can do a few things too, depending when it gets down to it, what that number is too, is, we have the ability to do some short-term borrowing, so we might be able to stretch it over a little bit longer time. It's a big slug of money, so say that's too much of a hit, we can borrow our contribution for a period of time that softens out the slug there of cash for the new hall. All right, so what a building inspection. I don't know, Aniko, you got anything on this? Looks like sales or revenue for permits is certainly up, like about 25%, it looks like. Requisition is fairly stable, I would say, as a result of that.
Yeah, I don't have anything further. It's basically status quo.
So what helps us out there, you can see we don't have to make really any change to the requisition, and that's because we generated about $30,000 more in revenue and sales of service. So that's a bit of a bonus. That service is a good indicator of more housing, it seems.
I wonder why.
Right. Animal control. Aniko, you got anything on that?
Again, this is a City of Campbell River contract. Their budget for this year has increased, I think it was by about 35%, so that's being reflected in 2024 budget. We are, given their proposed budget, looking at some other options that may assist us, some other arrangements. But for now, this is what we're looking at for 2024.
Question, if I could, to Aniko. Do we have anything in the budget to cover legal expenses should they arise?
The legal expenses are,
Are they built into the,
we have a small $2,000 contingency.
oh,
yeah, very minimal. Typically what happens is those legal expenses end up coming out of the bylaw enforcement legal.
Do we have any operating reserve in?
Yeah, we have
50,000.
50,000.
All right.
Just curious if we were given a reason for the 35% increase?
That's the same as the fire internal. It's the way they allocate their internal management fees to the services.
So so yeah, they've reallocated expenses to the service.
Can't we reallocate it back?
If we were the contractor, yeah. So, yeah, that's the flexibility they have. So they've obviously reallocated more expenses to the service, and therefore our portion of the contract is more.
There's also some question as to how much of the overall service the SRD is paying in relation to the City of Campbell River. So as I stated earlier, there's a number of things that we're exploring here and seeing. I mean, this is contracted to the city, which is then contracted to Coastal Animal Control. So just trying to determine how we could maybe find some efficiencies.
Maybe we could explore directly contracting with them.
That's exactly what
I
we're-
don't know
yeah.
what the city part is doing for us, if you will. So we'll explore some possible efficiencies to the service to reduce costs.
And I think too, I mean, this is a historic arrangement, you know, previous to us being the SRD. And certainly we have we are more capable of handling a lot of the requirements associated with animal control now that we are physically located in Campbell River. So we would also like to explore options to maybe bringing the licensing component in-house and therefore alleviating some of the administration fees that are occurring through the City of Campbell River's office, because to date, they are the one that collects all of our fees for us.
Again, you know, I'm mindful that this is a public meeting, but, you know, things like animal control, you know, if you probably well aware, this could be a real contentious issue.
Yeah, so we're hoping to have some further information come January.
One more question, Annika, and I'm sorry to appear so ignorant. Is it just dogs that are controlled in RAD, or are there other animals that are controlled?
They actually provide services for other types of animals.
Oh, interesting.
Other than just dogs.
Thank you.
But primarily it is a dog service with a small boarding component for housing of dogs that are found wandering or off leash or whatnot. But very, very, very small component for boarding.
So I assume there was no changes of amount.
No, I think if more information is coming in January, then, you know, it's kind of a moot point to say much at this point in time.
Right. Noise control? Anybody, anything?
Nothing here, it's just the service that allows us to have our noise control bylaw, which is enforced through our bylaw enforcement service, and most of those fees are allocated through that budget, 502.
So again, pretty minimal, $360. That's mostly just our internal allocation there, so not much there. Oyster River flood protection. John? Anyone? Wolf?
Yeah, so thank you so much. And this function 296 is basically covers costs to operate and maintain flood protection infrastructure in basically is the Glenmore Dike. So in order to meet requirements to the ministry, we have to engage a consultant to do inspections. And normally what we're doing is following the recommendations to go and repair what's being discovered. So the money that we have in our budget is expected to cover part of that. We're expecting quotes early in 2024. If any additional funds are required to do the repairs, we will let you know, but that's what we anticipate.
So, unsightly premises. I have a question. So this is the house in Area D that was ultimately taken down. Was that all done under unsightly premises?
Some of it, not all of it.
Because the budget is micro for that.
Yeah. Because the costs come out of bylaw enforcement.
Okay. So
And then
the
some of those-
unsightly premises service just allows us the authority, and then the expenses for it come out of it.
Right, so
Okay.
that provides the authority to have the bylaw, and then the bylaw enforcement department
does
the enforcement
Yeah,
through
okay.
that service. Also, some of those costs have been paid back from the owners, and others will be paid at a later date.
Okay. All right, not much there. Craig Road Water. Now, Craig Road Water is just debt repayment, is it not, Mike?
Correct, yeah, and it ends in 2026, so this is
boy.
just a status quo till then.
So these homes just debt repayment on some water capital, and they'll be excited to know that that will be retired here soon. So that's just a debt retirement service. Area D water. Okay, what do you got exciting, Wolf and Sheena?
I got a bit of commentary start. So, yeah, we did reduce the budget for bulk water purchases a little bit, so that's keeping it down. We did add 180,000 in for the potential refunds going out there. That was the amount of the report demonstrated, and then we trimmed the capital reserve transfer down. The one thing I did want to note is for the water meter project, currently the flat fee is about double the current meter rate. So as people convert, like you say, if you took the entirety of the flat revenue, we make about 1.2 million just off the invoicing the flat. So if they were all to convert to meters today, that's about 600,000 of revenue to make up. So between now and by the time we're done the end of the project, we'll probably have to look at the the rates and the minimums and whatnot, and get some type of a new billing structure for the new billing systems.
So is the water rebates built into this budget, the numbers here?
Yeah, correct. It got kind of ate up by the time we reduced the bulk water estimates a bit.
But those rebates, those refunds are in this?
Yeah, we have
They're-
180,000.
That's in the
them.
expenses? Okay,
Correct.
good. All right.
I'd say what else is in the expenses too? We did bump up by 45,000 just for repairs and maintenance, just because when we get in and start tinkering with the meters, as you can imagine, there could be some additional pipe repair.
And what's our reserve here in the system?
The transfer into reserve this year is 352,000. The that will put the operating reserve is about 426,000, and then the capital is 1.6, and that's by the end of 2024. The actual tax requisition is a 3.1% increase, and then again, we're just ahead of the big project. We didn't play too much around with reserve transfers or anything to smooth that down.
So one of the things we did to accommodate the rebates is to reduce our transfer to reserve a little bit. But taking that out of the equation, we're putting about $500,000 a year into water main replacement, which is a pretty healthy number, and maintaining the requisition that it is. So through a combination of hopefully grants, gas tax money we have in our own reserves, you know, we should have a few $1,000,000 to do some water main replacement.
And just one more comment on the water reimbursement program. There will be a bylaw coming before the board early in the year to authorize that program, which is currently not authorized under the water rates bylaw, so.
Right. And I thought there was also a bylaw that talked about suited properties where they get billed twice. Does that have to be amended?
I'm not familiar with that. Did the board actually make a direction on that? I don't recall it.
My understanding is back in the day, because of the flat rate, and then in 2018, when it was discovered that there was the deficit, and then there was an audit done on the water system, that it was determined that there were properties that were still being billed at the flat rate, but they had secondary accommodations. So it was determined at that point that they were going to start getting billed at twice the amount.
I don't know what our current bylaw is in terms of that, like multiple dwellings on the property.
Yeah, the way it worked, it was originally under the flat rate system. If you had a tenant or two occupants, you were billed 2 fees. If people who switched to a meter were able to switch down to one account.
But the question was, you know, are we still doing that? And if we're going to amend one bylaw, why don't we do them both?
Anybody under the flat fee, yeah, if they currently have a tenant and they haven't switched to a meter, But yeah, but that will get taken care of anyway by the new project, because all the flat fee structure will be going away. Yeah, by the time the project is complete, but again, that will put more rate pressure on the actual metered rate. So likely the metered rate will have to undergo a significant increase.
And just a question on, like we get, the bulk water is measured, so even if the consumption goes down, aren't we supposed to be?
Yeah, the consumption will go down, will help offset our reduction in revenue that we're receiving. So right now, like Mike says, we're collecting about 1.2 on a flat fee. So you put meters in, and then all of a sudden you collect 800,000 you lost. Now you've spent a little less for that water, but a lot of that water also in leakage too, right? So it's pretty typical that you go from flat fee to meters, and then you gotta raise the meter rate because people will be conserving and you won't generate enough revenue for the system. But it is helped offset by purchasing less of it, but it's not an exact trade-off though, that's the problem.
Yeah, speaking very loosely, you need about $1,000 per user account right now to fund the service. And of course, the current flat fee is $587, and then the current flat fee is $1,063. The current metered is $587. So on average, people paying a flat fee after the meter should see their costs go down, and the people currently on a meter will see their costs go up. It'll all average out.
All right. House numbering is not really much there. It's not much to do there.
Need to be more active next year.
I need to be more active.
More houses.
Yeah,
being built.
that's right. Community parks. So we've kind of been through our part with community parks in our shared service, but if there's anything individually you want to do, again, to try and help offset some of what the fire increases were, we've done that through the transfer to reserve in parks. So you can see we were about $500,000 last year. We reduced that to 250, which made a net overall reduction in parks, and that'll help soften out the fire increase in the area.
Just out of curiosity, we still have enough budget to continue on with what was allocated?
Oh, yeah, it's, because we did such a healthy increase to reserves, like, put 500 grand in there and 250 this year, I mean, that is, we were doing $10,000 contributions in it. So it gave us plenty of room just to adjust the transfer to reserve, which is still a healthy transfer to reserve, and do everything else, yeah, in fantastic shape, yeah.
If I may take this opportunity, we've done some additional research into the requirements to upgrade Hagel Park washroom and drainage. And we would likely need to add some funding to that project from your gas tax in order to proceed with it in 2024. And so, to have to be able to work within the budget and allow for the upgrades that are required, we would likely need to add $100,000 to that project.
What is in gas tax right now? What's been allocated?
What's unallocated?
On page 2 of your sheet, it shows your current, parks projects that are allocated.
What is his gas tax unallocated balance?
2.5 million.
Yeah,
2.5? Okay. I think there's money in the bank.
okay. Mike, can you add that to the Hagel Park?
All right, then street lighting.
Pretty straightforward. This is a budget that was developed just to cover the BC Hydro costs to to have the street lighting in Area D. Nothing exciting here.
Looks like, yeah, the allocation is almost identical to last year, so pretty flat. And transit, Area D Transit.
We've got a whole bunch of money in Area D Transit for some improvement projects. We've got the bus shelters that are going in. Director Rice, I just heard from the city of Campbell River that they're hoping to install those first 2 shelters in January. So hopefully that flows as planned. The deadline is end of March. We'll definitely see them by the end of Q1 next year.
And that should be 4 shelters though,
4
right?
shelters, correct? And then we'll be looking at opportunities to add more shelters as well next year.
And I think we left money in the budget from,
The growing communities, yeah, I think we still had 50 or 100 or whatever.
$120,000 from the Growing Community Fund.
Right, yeah.
And apologies to be repetitive, but the service provider changed their administrative overhead calculations, which caused a bit of a deficit last year, and then that's getting carried forward and paid for this year. So you are seeing a bit of a bump. So it's a 12% increase to cost, but we have a 24% increase to the requisition, simply to pay for the deficit last year.
okay,
I'll also mention we've added just a small increase to operating because those bus shelters will require maintenance. So we'll be including that in our operating agreement with the city of Campbell River when we renew that this year. Because the transit agreement, there has been no agreement formally in place for several years. So we're hoping to update and amend transportation agreement with the city of Campbell River this year as well.
great. On the transit service, is there an update on any potential partnership with the First Nations folks?
With the First Nations. Well, we have an update that we received from the Ministry of Transportation this is for the traffic study, but no from the First Nations.
No, this is, I know that the First Nations village going into Area D was also looking at transit service, so I wondered if there was an opportunity to share some costs there.
So the city, well, BC Transit is doing their master transit plan update or whatever their strategic update is. We did ask the city of Campbell River and they have confirmed that they did identify the Coetzes as stakeholders in that engagement. The SRD was also identified as a stakeholder. It was supposed to happen in September. We have not heard from BC Transit on that program. So I believe that they are delayed, but I'll follow up with the city of Campbell River. As the leader of that service, city of Campbell River is the primary stakeholder in that. So we're just hoping that they are fulfilling their commitments to involve us and the First Nations as requested, but I'll confirm.
Okay. And with this increase, I mean, first of all, I understand increases, but we've also had a decrease in service because of, shortage of employees. And then I'm wondering if there's going to be another increase because apparently I believe that they're going to be going on strike. They're having a problem with their collective agreement.
Comox and Campbell River, yeah.
So,
On
I mean, does that
Thursday or-
mean we see another increase pretty quickly or something like that?
You'd think they had anticipated and baked those costs into these operating. I mean, they had to know the agreement was up here, and so I anticipate whatever those costs ends up being have been baked into what we have here. I'm assuming that, but yeah. All right, and the only thing we have left there is Oyster River Bank Protection. John, if you want to share what that's.
Also an engineering service now. So that is just sort of sitting as is. We're not requisitioning any money for it because it's fairly stable. We will monitor that, and if it looks like there is some works that need to proceed, we'll reinitiate that requisition, but there is almost $100,000 in reserves. So that's the justification for
This is the
holding off.
service too that we've significantly brought down the requisition in years, right? We were like $11,000 or so.
Yeah, when we put in the Oyster River Flood Protection Service, I think it did take care of some of the anticipated needs for future maintenance. However, I believe this service still retains reserves to handle maintenance into the future, if I'm not mistaken.
The service areas have some overlap, but they are also distinct. So this service runs all the way along the Oyster River, along its northern bank, all the way to the Elf or the whatever confluence with the ocean, whereas the other service is just the section of the Glenmore Dike fronting those properties on Glenmore Road. So bit of overlap, but technically separate service areas.
So again, over the years, we've collected a reasonable amount of money from them, and we've basically just dropped the requisition to zero because our reserves are sitting at $100,000. So no real need for us to keep requisitioning money and adding to a pot that's quite healthy. That's all we got.
The only other thing that I wanted to add was that from the discussion yesterday, talking about constituents' expenses.
Yes, thank you.
I think I
And I
would
don't
like,
think we talked to the other three about that, did we? No. Ah.
well, I
Okay,
would
what
like,
do you want? Yeah,
I would like to have them separate. And
Yeah.
I think that a $6,500 amount at this point in time is a pretty good amount. I already would like to have some town hall meetings. I'm already looking at some dates. So I think it's a good opportunity to start doing that.
okay, so Mike, are you, out of that 25,000, just for curiosity, what was Area D's contribution to that last year?
60%.
I'd have to do some math on it. That's the majority of it, just for the 25,000.
It would be more than the 6,500 though, right?
Yeah, they would fund the
Yeah,
majority
so
of it.
your contribution, so let's say you wanted to make it 10, that would mean no increase to you, just so you know, because of the four, you're contributing, yeah, so,
Give me the most back.
yeah, so I would suggest making it 10. If you don't spend it, it just stays there, right? And then you can requisition less for next year. So is there a way, Mike, that you can undo that 25,000? We'll find out, so let's say Director Rice wants 10. You can requisition that money individually and keep 4 separate accounts?
Not in EA admin because of the way it's split. We need some way to, some other way to fund it besides assessments or have individual service.
Well, another alternative might be to just have in the budget expenditures to split out that between the different electoral areas, different amounts. If the others agree, then it's a done deal. If they don't, then you'd have to separate the constituent expenses from the electoral administration service and
Yeah,
make
we,
that a separate.
we currently have everything separated, but when it goes to fund it, we put one requisition amount. It goes to there, so, yeah, we need some type of individual service or some way to bill the individual EAs.
No, all I'm saying is if the split in the budget was based on the requisition amounts from each area.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
So let's say Area
yeah.
D was requisitioning out of that 11,275.
Yeah.
Then we make that split, now if they wanted beyond those amounts, then we're gonna have to think
Yeah.
of something else.
I think that would be Area D accumulating a surplus, and Area A and B would be in deficit. And
Okay,
then,
we'll have to figure something
Yeah.
out for that to to individualize it a bit.
Yeah.
We'll think about that, but.
Okay.
the other thing to point out too is the constituency is not the largest expense area. It's usually the travel. So like I say, and then that would be a direct split. But, usually the travel outweighs the constituency expenses.
Yeah, but I mean, traveling can be a constituency expense. I mean, let's say you're going down to Victoria to meet with the minister, you gotta
Yeah.
drive down there as an expense.
Yeah,
so-
anything, as long as they're not appointed to or it's a structured meeting, like that Connecticut trip, for example, all that was, shared, that was not a constituency
Yeah,
expense.
no,
Yeah,
I-
if they did a town hall, exactly right.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, leave that with us, we'll find a way. We totally forgot to mention it to the other three, thank you for bringing it up. And we'll come up with a creative plan to split that up and account for it there. But, yeah. Because currently, you pay more than the others, although the good news is it's been underused, so, but that money has probably gone in to generate a surplus in EA admin.
Yeah.
Of which, yeah, so, okay, leave that with us, we'll figure that out.
And there are other directors have expressed a willingness to have each pay their own way.
Yeah,
I'm not going to name names, but
okay. All right, can you make a note of that so we can have a chat about figuring a way how to do that?
Yeah, and I think the all-time high was 18,000 for the total, but that was quite a few years ago. This is, like, say, only 6,000 spent, but by the trend of it, as we get back, it'll be probably more highly used.
I think part of the challenge, though, is, let's say it's been underspent, but then that goes to the greater surplus, and then the other three, let's say, are benefiting from that as well. Yeah, okay, we'll figure that out.
The other thing that, like I would like to start spending some of that money if possible in January.
You can spend, don't worry about
Okay.
that, we'll manage it, there's enough money net in there. And you're certainly the greatest contributor to it, so don't worry about that, it's more of an accounting task for us and how we collect it and segregate it, if you will.
may I ask Director Rice, is this connected to your comment earlier about town hall meetings?
Correct.
I wonder if it's appropriate to elaborate on that, to have that discussion, or no?
Oh, what, like,
Town hall meetings in our AD?
what about them? You can have them.
What I'm thinking of is I was already checking on some dates that I would like to start having town hall meetings, so we have taxes coming out. So, in probably, we're finalizing that process in February, but if I had a meeting with people in January, gives me an opportunity then to explain and those kinds of things. I think that the folks up on Upper Campbell Lake, they feel rather lost because, where they're located, so it gives me an opportunity then to book meetings with them, whether it be once or twice a year, those kinds of things. So that's what I'm looking at being able to do with the
Am I
money.
missing something? Because he can have town hall meetings.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you have the context of constituency connection to that.
Oh, to me, there's a constituency connection to all this stuff. You're governing your area. What isn't hardly connected to that? So, yeah, no, you don't need our permission to have a town hall, certainly, and there's funds there. And, so, yeah, no, go for it.
Just one thing that, out of curiosity, I know that it's no problem scheduling the hall and those kinds of things, but what about some of the other tasks like a sound system and that? Can that still be expensed through the same way?
We'll expense it, we'll figure out where, like, we have IT amounts, but, yeah, again, I think constituency expenses is pretty liberal, like,
Yep.
It doesn't bother me at all. As long as you budget enough in that, like, again, maybe if you want to do that stuff, you have a little higher budget in one year than the next, to.
Constituency expenses are listed in bylaw 167, so they cover anything from meeting facilitation costs, meetings which fall outside the scope of anything in Schedule A, which is all the regularly scheduled thing, travel costs for constituency purposes, postage and office expenses, advertising costs, including
That's
business
everything.
cards.
Yeah, that's everything.
Yeah, membership in the,
Yeah. That's not very limited.
as soon as you put office expenses in there, it opens it up.
Yeah, everything you talked about falls under that, so, yeah. So don't worry about that. All we want to make sure is we populate it with enough money that's there, so, no, it's all good.
I would point out too that anything through constituency expenses does show up on your SOFI.
That's fine too. Yeah, exactly, yeah. All right, well, that's all we got.
Perfect.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Just one question. So what is the final increase per house?
So we'll have to put the pieces together because you've got gardens, you've got individual, you've got shared services, and you got board.
Yep.
So I can't remember what the other ones were, but you have to piece them together. Maybe Mike can do that. You've got your individual ones that were what, we just saw at $79. But Mike,
78.53.
but then there's
Yep.
the board, regional, and there's the shared.
Right, because that's, I'm seeing 78.53, 83.60, 33.68.
Yeah, you're probably right there, yeah. That sounds right to me, yeah.
Okay.
201?
And what does that make up? 78, 85, and 35? 10, 18, 11, 12, 19. Yeah, I get about $200.
201.19.
Yeah, that's right. Your numbers are right. Yeah. Yeah. I think gardens, I'm optimistic. I think gardens can be a little less. Our revenues are coming in fairly healthy, and so
All we need to change that is just a reduction in interest rates next year.
interest rates, yeah. But, think in context of that, you got $200. We're done here. You got $200.
I know.
Yeah.